Hello, hello. How is it going? Hello, everybody. Good to see you, man. There's a bunch of you here already. I'll get the hellos underway. You have to do it. You have to do it. Amber, I'm gonna say hello to you first because I saw you down in Kick, and Kick never gets any love. So, Amber, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Morganoff, hello. How do we help? All will be revealed, and help I need. Let me tell you, there is help to be had. There is help to be had. Relics, hello, good to see you. You made it just in time. Welcome. JM, Blizz, Devin, good to see you. Who else we got? Boo Wumpkin. Send help. Please send help, man. Please send help. Nano, good to see you, man. X, good to see you. Good to see you. Mercury Suit. If I'm missing anyone, I apologize. You know what I'm like. Rizzy. Hello. I'm gonna go outside and bake my cat off. All right, well, there you go, Rizzy. Yeah, there you go. Enjoy. I don't know what that means. I'm too old for that. I'm too old. Hi, good to see you. You're here to help. Excellent. I need all the bodies that I can get. All of the bodies I can get. Right. Let's get into it. Drunkish, Blazing, Senath. It's good to see you guys. It's good. We got the regulars, we got the chunkers, and we got new people as well. I mean, what else do you really want? Did you get into the chunk clan? I am in it. I am a newbie smiley face. It's a very, very busy clan, and there is a full system for like joining. There's like a waiting period, a pool that you have to join, things like that. There were people saying like, oh, you're a content creator, you'll just get like past the waiting phase. I don't want that. There are people, you can literally see the waiting list, and there are people that have been waiting for a long time. I don't want to just come in and be like, hey, I make videos. I don't care about you. I'm gonna skip the line. No, I'll wait my turn. It's okay. Yeah, guys, great to see you all. Bit of a random one today. I do stream on Wednesdays, typically a little bit later, but I was sat here. I'm going to get into the full detail of what I will say right off the bat. Since we're at the start, I'll say this right here, right now. If you're watching the stream, which you obviously are, hello. But if you're watching this as a VOD, this will be fairly spoiler heavy, of course. If you're more just into watching the episodes as they come out and you're just kind of swinging by to watch a VOD or watch a stream, this is going to be a little bit spoiler heavy. So yeah, just be aware of that. But there's going to be a lot of discussion. I'm going to keep the gameplay kind of chill. But I am going to be doing stuff in the game. But for the most part, we're going to be theory crafting. We are going to be theory crafting on grinds. But a large part of the theory crafting is going to be about account rules and the blocking system. Oh boy, the blocking system. How many times have we been down this road? I mean, we have been down this road multiple times. But it's always been like a kind of off the cuff kind of conversation that we've been having. We're going for it. Today, I have notepads. In fact, I'm gonna get my physical notepad ready. I have like a bunch of Word documents and notepads. God, my notepad application right now looks like the scribbles of a madman. It is insane. I have theory crafting, calculations, all kinds of stuff from everything. But I'm going old-fashioned because I can literally just like write notes. That will be quite handy. Spoiler warning. We're getting into things. So what's going on? What is going on? Right? What is going on? Well, we start with the chunk picker because that's where we kind of left off the last time. Obviously, we had our chunk rolling stream and it was amazing. I'll say that as well right off the bat. Seriously, it took me like 2 days to come down off of that high. It was insane. You guys showed up in numbers that I've never seen before. The hype was insane. It was genuinely such a fun stream. If I had to write down a highlights list of my favorite streams so far, you got Monkey Madness 1 on AI Cape, 24-hour stream, the chunk rolling streams. Whew. Memories are being made. Anyway, this is where we left on the chunk rolling stream. I did warn you, spoilers. If you didn't make it for the chunk rolling stream, this is where we're at. I'm going to need a lot of hydrates today, so save your channel points. We're going to need those. There's going to be a lot of yapping. Long story short, if you did miss it, you haven't seen the VOD, chunk number 1, we rolled into Brimhaven Dock here. Fairly simple. Nothing going on. Nothing going on, right? Nothing. There's nothing in this chunk. One very simple task, right? Super easy, right? There's nothing here that could possibly cause us huge, infinite amounts of issues that we're going to be discussing in major length today. Surely not. Perfect. We then rolled over to the Urania altar. Unreal chunk. Unreal, massive upgrades. Perfect. Love it. Having a great time. I'm going to crank my volume so that I can not hear myself. Some people don't like that. I like to drown out my own voice as best as possible. Then we rolled into West Ardy. Completely, essentially pointless chunk. It will be, you know, it will have a purpose later down the line. But as of the current standings, pointless. This little square is all we can access. Nothing there. Totally free. And then we rolled East Ardy, the one we didn't want. The quote-unquote death chunk. I've been avoiding using that phrase because death chunk kind of implies, like, thousands of hours, right? But in terms of I was having this discussion with Yari, my accent, man, I'm sorry. In his stream yesterday. I've been hanging out there a lot, by the way. If he's live later, maybe we'll swing by. Anyway, yeah, I was having this discussion with him, like, what is a death chunk? And I think we kind of come to the consensus that it's not about the amount of time the grind is. It's about the amount of time the grind is ratioed alongside how much time you can play, right? If you're the sort of person that plays 14 hours a day, then a 200-hour grind is not a death chunk, right? That's just something you do in 2 weeks. But if you play 4 hours a day, then all of a sudden a 200-hour grind, like, it's a lot, right? So this is a death chunk. I've done a lot of calculations. If I didn't block a single task here, we're probably looking at 600 hours, maybe a bit more, 600 or 700 hours. It's a lot. I'm calling it a death chunk. Come at me. Come at me. Dog is going crazy, and so he should, because... Let's send you back over to RuneScape for just a second, and then we'll be very quickly coming back to the chunk picker, because I'm here with a Staff of Fire. What am I doing? What am I doing? Well, I'll show you what I'm doing. I went away. God, I don't even know where to start with this. This is not where the issue lies. Smithing was one of the grinds. 68 smithing. I did so many calculations and so much theory crafting. Hello to everyone that's coming in, by the way. I'll try and get to you in a second. I just want to get this out the way at the top of the stream so that we're all on the same page. I did a whole bunch of theory crafting. This chunk, when I rolled it, initially it was kind of despair, right? Like massive grind. But as soon as I started looking into the details, and you guys have been unreal in the Discord as well, by the way, !Discord, if you want to join in on that. There is a theory crafting channel, and you guys have been crushing it over there. Honestly, it's so heartwarming to see you guys getting involved and putting your own actual personal time into trying to figure out how to make my account more achievable. It's huge. One of the things, so the smithing grind could be quite simply broken down into mine thousands and thousands of iron ore. We need about 16,500 iron bars. Now, one thing I forgot right off the bat and I had to quickly remind myself of, with iron, you have a 50% success rate when smithing it. Smelting it, sorry. So we actually need double that. So we need about 35-ish thousand iron ore. That's going to take a significant amount of time. Then we run it from this bank all the way up to the furnace, smelt it. Then we run it all the way back down. Basically going to be walking because I'll have no run energy. And then we can smith it at the anvil. And that's the smithing grind. It's going to take hundreds of hours. Plan B was to use superheat item. Now, I pretty quickly disregarded that because my access to runes are super limited. Like, getting runes in these chunks, not great. But after looking around, scouring the wiki for dozens of hours and doing mathematics, in the Urania altar are the Zamorak. I always say Zamorak, but it's Zamorak, right? I need to fix that. Zamorak crafters. They drop runes and rune essence, not at a great rate, not a huge amount, but if you kill about 2,000 of them, you'll get enough magic, you'll get enough runes to get 21 magic. Once you've got 21 magic, you can do low alchemy. Low alchemy is achievable because I have a Staff of Fire, and in this house is a nature rune chest, and you can loot that. It's insanely slow, but you can loot that for nature runes. Then you can low alch up to 43 magic. From there, you can use, well, again, you need 16,500 nature runes to superheat all of the iron. Now, that does save time. And that is the route that I've opted to take. And you can see that I've been doing this a little bit, and I can literally carry on and start because I got up to 21 magic, and here we are. I'm pretty pleased I didn't sell these longbows and stuff to the store, because now I have alchable stuff, which is super, super handy. That's what we're doing. We're going to get 43 magic, and then we can superheat item our way all the way up to, well, smithing. The smithing level we need, 68 smithing. And what's nice about this is we're going to get a pretty decent magic level as well. Okay, all things are good. The next grind was crafting. That's going to suck. Loads and loads and loads and loads of world hopping. It is what it is. We can look at that potentially something that we want to block. And the last one was the cooking grind, which again, it's a lot of world hopping. The best option I can think of right now, it was actually suggested by Agile Tom, so shout out to him. I think he's streaming right now. Agile Tom suggested that you can use, again, the charter ship shop, or trader's stand, or whatever he's called. You can buy rabbits, raw rabbit here. Now, if you just cook the raw rabbit, it's pretty poor XP, but if you put them onto an iron spit, which we will be able to do very easily because the smithing level, I'll be able to get iron spits, easy peasy, you actually get about 72.5 XP per rabbit, which is good. It will still take 200 hours, something along those lines, to get the 85 cooking that I think it was. Still not easy, but doable. So all in all, this death chunk, it's doable. I could do all 3 grinds if I wanted to. Crafting is a likely block, but doable. So what's the problem? Why are we here? Why is the title and thumbnail send help? Why am I requiring all of your assistance here? Why do we need to discuss in depth the blocking system? Well, I made the ultimate OneChunk Ironman mistake. The ultimate OneChunk Ironman mistake. And it's an account killer. It's an account killer. I've been lamping Hunter this entire time, as you are aware. Now, I was mindlessly lamping Hunter up to aiming for 28. 28 was the goal. That means, or 27, 28, you can barehand baby implings. There was no purpose to it. It was just, hey, baby implings wander around occasionally. Could get something useful. Might be nice. Might be cool. Totally forgot Puro was a thing that existed. Totally forgot that Puro was a thing that existed. However, it's okay because somebody warned me about that. Somebody warned me. In the most recent video, somebody said, and I think, yeah, Blazing said it when I rolled it. It's okay. Just stop at level 16. You'll be fine. Don't do it. Don't lamp to 17. All right, bet. Sounds good. Feels a bit bad to have wasted all those XP lamps. We could have lamped something else. Doesn't matter, though. It'll be cool to have 16 Hunter. And then when we get a Hunter training method, we've already made a good start. Totally fine. Totally fine. Dominic, hello. Good to see you. I'm glad you were able to make it. Sorry, I'm missing so many of you. I will get to you. I just want to get my rambles out the way. Yeah, no problem. We'll do that. So I'm sitting there, getting some nature runes out of the chest. Super boring. Takes a crazy long time. Not fun at all. And I get a random event. All right. Oh, it's a book of knowledge, I believe it was. Cool. Well, this book of knowledge will get me to level 1600. I'm going to use that, and that's where I stop. So I start recording the clip. Perfect. Oh, here we go, guys. This is going to get us to 1600, and I'm about to go into the explanation as to why we're going to stop that. Redeem. Hunter level 17 achieved. How did I make that mistake? I forgot that I'd already gotten 1700. 1600, sorry. I forgot that I'd already gotten 1600, and it got me to 17. So, that was bad. That was bad. Not a good situation. But in my mind, I'm like, okay, listen, that is a major goof, but no need for alarm, because the nearest Puro field is right here in Yanil, and we don't have it. So, theoretically, we can just keep dodging Yanil forever. Yanil is now an absolute death chunk because of this. But that's okay. We don't have it. We don't have it. So we're not gonna ring the alarm bells yet. It's totally fine. Let's not fear. Let's not panic. It's okay. We're fine. The grinds right now remain the same. No issues to be had. So I go over to the chunk picker, finish recording that clip. Very nice. And we head over back to the chunk picker. what you can do in here is you can go into activity info, and this is a really cool website. Basically, it will give you the full rundown of everything you have, and then it will give you an idea of every training method that you have available in your chunk for every skill. It's really cool. But what you do have to do now and again is go in and just update it and let it know what your skills are. For example, if you're lamping a skill, the chunk picker doesn't know that. It doesn't know. So you go in there and you tell it, oh, I'm level 1700. Bet, there you go. Now the chunk picker knows. Perfect. And it now knows to give me that as tasks in the future if that comes about. You then go over to active chunks and you hit calculate tasks. And oh my God, what just happened? 95 cooking, 87 crafting. That was there before. Wear rune armor, 75 fire making, 87 fletching, 89 hunter to catch a lucky and blink, 87 magic. To enchant a crossbow bolt onyx, 61 ranged, 99 smithing, 40 strength to wield a rune warhammer, 41 woodcutting to chop with a rune axe, a chain of rune chain body, a rune full helm, rune plate legs, rune kite shield, snakeskin boots, spiky van braces, amulet of glory, hard leather body, rune med helm, blue d'hide chaps, magic short bow, rune arrow, split bark helm, mystic robe, battle staff, magic shield, mystic boots, mystic gloves, rune mace. You can get in Puro at the top of Brimhaven. You can access Puro at the top of Brimhaven. Yep. I just turned what I was already on the fence about calling a death chunk into absolute despair. Absolute complete despair. Also, I've added some cool little things. I don't know if they make any difference to people, but visually you can now kind of see where the nearest skill capes are. Kind of a pointless detail. Thought I would mention it. Anyway, what we were laughing at being a free chunk, I accidentally turned into an account killer. Absolute account killer. So, you know what? I wasn't going to show this, but let's... I don't even know how I'm going to set it up. Let me see if I can do this. This is what my night entailed last night. I was going to stream last night. I was going to do a sort of impromptu stream. Let's see if I can do this. Ah. I don't want it up there, though. Where do I put it? Down there? Good enough. I was going to do an impromptu stream last night. And what I ended up doing was maths, calculations, tests on the main account for about 8 hours. I was doing this. Yeah. Yeah. Holy sheet OSRS. That is the most accurate username for this point in time. Good to see you, bro. Wasted cat, hello. I'm sorry, I missed so many of you. If I didn't say hello to anyone, feel free to say hi now. I'm so sorry. Rechat, you leave Puro in a chunk you don't have. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. I'll very quickly show you that. Hello? Oh, we're on the chunk picker. Okay, I'll do it over here. No, you're absolutely right. RuneScape, where are you? God damn, I got so many things open. So if you go, you can enter Puro. You'll notice that the wheat field is kind of like straddling the two chunks. Most of it, about 60% of it, is in my active chunk. You can access the Puro portal or whatever it is. You can access it from this chunk, and you don't cross the line. It's one tile away. When you come back out of Puro, you actually land just here where my arrow, where my cursor is now. So you do come out of it outside of your chunk. Now, there's a few things to discuss with even just that. There's a lot of complexity with what we're going to discuss today. This is the thing. It's not as simple as it might sound. So firstly, do we even consider it a thing? Because when you come out, you are not in your chunk. The chunk community are a little bit divided on that. A lot of people are saying, hey, if you can access it, it doesn't really, if it like spit you out like way over here or something, then yeah, okay, that would be dumb. But it should be allowed because you are literally you're right there, right? You can access it from here. It basically drops you off at the same spot. A lot of people say that that should be considered. Now, let's say it wasn't. Let's say, okay, for argument's sake, I'm not going to include it because you come out in the wrong chunk. Perfect. But then let's say we just roll you nil. Then we're right back in this position. We're right back in this position. So we need to discuss it anyway. We need to discuss it anyway. Whether or not we decide to do it now, we can come to that later. But we do need to discuss it later. And I think that's why I'm not going to focus too heavily on the fact that it spits you out on the wrong side, because I think the result of today's discussion will negate the fact that that even matters. So let's not worry about that right now, but it is definitely worth noting and knowing, right? It's definitely worth knowing. This is less important, but I did spend a long time on it, and I want to just give you an idea, because there might be some people who are like, dude, just do it. It's a OneChunk account. Do Puro Puro. Just do Puro Puro. It's part of it, right? It's rite of passage for a OneChunker, whatever you want to call it. And I will give you my kind of thoughts. I barely even slept last night, so I was thinking about this. But let me give you the rundown. So these are the sort of new updated tasks, the new things that I will end up having to do. So again, bear in mind, I said that initially my next chunk roll would be in about 600 or 700 hours if we didn't use a block. Let's have a look at what it is now. Cooking. It went up to 95 cooking because we have access to strawberries. You can make, what is it, a summer pie, I think, or a part summer pie. Skewered rabbits is still the best method as far as I'm aware. Maybe there's something better. You need about 120,000. You buy them from charter ships at an average of 60 GP each because they go up in price as you buy them. I would need about 7 million GP. It would take me about 60 hours to world hop and get the rabbits. About 60 hours just of world hopping. You get about 30k GP an hour at the RD night. That might go up a touch as I get higher level and stuff like that, but approximately 30k GP an hour at the RD night. That would be about 240 hours of thieving just to get the GP for it. It takes about 2 minutes to do 14 rabbits. So cooking, the actual cooking part would take about 280 hours. So cooking in total, I'm estimating, and these are all estimates, by the way, I'm estimating just under 600 hours for 95 cooking. Instant, that's awful, right? Crafting. This one is a task regardless of Puro Puro, so this actually just is a thing. We need to debate whether we want to block this or not. About 50, just over 50,000 molten glass required, so you need just over 50,000 soda ash and 50,000 buckets of sand, about 5.5 GP per thing. With the price increases, about 600k GP required, which I already have, so that's fine. 60 hours of world hopping, 20 hours of thieving if I wanted to get the GP from scratch. About 240 hours of smelting and then blowing on the route back. So you walk up to the furnace, smelt, walk back, blow. About 320 hours, 300 if I'm not thieving because I already have the GP. About 300 hours for crafting. Approx. Gross. Fire making is a new task because you can get magic logs from the implings. So 75 fire making, now a task. If I used willows, it would be about 70 hours. If I used oaks, it would be about 75 hours. Pretty much the same. That's not too bad. Still kind of gross though. 87 fletching, new task, because again, magic logs. Gotta make a magic shield. Gotta make a magic shield. If I use willows, about 500 hours. If I use oaks, about 550 hours. Now this one I'm not too sure about. Maybe the implant, like maybe I could smith iron arrow heads and somehow I can get feathers and that would end up being better. I don't know, but this is just calculated based on if I did longbows. That's how long that would take. 8900, as I say, don't want to even try and calculate this. Oh, I'm not even showing you, sorry. 8900, don't even want to try and calculate this. Probably about 700 hours. Probably. Hard to say. Probably about 700 hours. 87 magic. Hard to say what magic level I'll get from smithing. almost 85 if backlogging. This one confused me a little bit. Almost 85 if backlogging the anvil. Oh, I'll discuss that in a minute. Magic's a weird one because if we're superheating and all the things like that, that'll probably just happen anyway. So we're not going to worry too much about 87 magic right now. 61 ranged, kind of free, honestly. Really shouldn't take that long. If I'm smithing iron knives, I'll have loads of supplies. It wouldn't take that long to get 61 ranged. Not the end of the world. 99 smithing. 99 smithing. Oh boy. 350,000 iron bars required. If I'm using superheat, 350,000 iron ore required, about 750 hours of mining, 1,500 hours of gathering nature runes, 250 hours smelting, like actually doing superheat, and 250 hours of smithing it for about almost 3,000 hours to get 99 smithing. But I would get 99 magic at the same time, so that's pretty cool. Complete, absolute, full death. Total, theoretical total, if I was to do everything, about 5,500 hours. Game over, boys. Game over. For reference, if I was to put in about 6 hours a day, which I think is about accurate based on the time I work almost full time, everything else. If I was to commit 6 hours a day, that would take well over 2 years. 2 years. Not happening. This stuff is less important. It's all of the other tasks that are listed off in that big ramble. So all of the rune items, I would just have to smith them. A lot of this stuff you just get from implings, so I would be doing that along the road, along the way. But I wanted to just kind of visualize what was going on. And then the magic butterfly net you obviously get from Puro as well. So that's the idea. About 5,500 hours. Total death. Total death. So what are we discussing then? What are we discussing as I continue to do this? The blocking system. The blocking system. How does it work? What are we doing? What's the plan? Hang on, my dog's getting tangled up in wires here. Come here. Crazy boy. How is it going to work? That's where we need to figure it out. That's why we need to figure it out. Oh, I should also mention... let's go back to the chunk picker. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry if this is a bit rambly. Once I've got a lot of the base information that I need to throw out the way, then I can really just start to carry on and note take and keep an eye on chat. I know this it's a bit of a rambly start. I apologize. Not every stream is like this. If you're new here, well, some people might argue otherwise, but I try not to have every stream to be like this. Anyway, so let's have a look at the chunk picker, and again we can see all of the tasks over here. So the initial idea of the blocking system was, if you've seen episode 1, you've seen the series, whatever, it was you can block a specific task and that's it. You can't go back and do it and get the block back. You earn more blocks by completing chunks, blah blah blah. We can come to that stuff later. That's actually less important now. The big question that we need to answer today, and I would like to come out of today's stream with an answer on, is what does a block do? Because that is the most important question you can ask. Why have a blocking system? You don't even know what you're blocking. That's the biggest thing that we need a definitive answer to. Initially, it was block a specific task. So I could block 95 cooking. Okay, cool. That's blocked. But I still have to get 99 smithing. Okay, well, let's block 99 smithing. That's done. Okay, well, I still have to get 89 hunter. Okay, well, let's block 89 hunter. That will affect some of the other tasks as well. But it's confusing. It's complicated. It's complicated. So suggestions have been thrown around. I've been sort of patrolling other people's streams, saying hello to other people. I've been chatting to other chunkers about my scenario. Crymouth is engaging. And one thing that the... I don't know if I've done it in here. I actually have. I've already done it. I've pre-done it. One thing that is actually integrated into the chunk picker as a tool that you can use is the backlog section. So what you can do is you can backlog a task. So I can say, hey, I don't want to do 95 cooking. You can backlog it. And what it will do is it will just set it back to the next thing down. So 95 cooking is now backlogged. 85 cooking is my next, is the next thing on that list that I can do. So that's how that works. But there's actually another thing, which I didn't realize. How do I get that? Yeah, unbacklog. You can do backlog sources. Backlog sources. Doggo misbehaving. I know, crazy. You can backlog sources. So what you can do is you can say, I want to backlog furnaces. I want to backlog furnaces. So you click on that, and then furnaces are now backlogged. So this furnace becomes backlogged, and I can't use it. I can't use it. Furnace is now gone. Now backlogging the furnace, it's a bit of a bad example. Literally changes like nothing. Let me just recalculate the tasks on that. Yeah, still need 99 smithing to smith a rune plate body because you can superheat, right? So that's a bad one. It's a bad one to do. That just makes your grind worse, in fact. so don't do that. That's a bad idea. But you can see what I did try here is backlogging baby implings. So here's my suggestion, my what's the word? Theory, my idea, my proposal. Here's my proposal. Instead of backlogging or blocking, instead of the blocking system being on tasks, specific tasks, because we've already discussed the fact that makes things backlog tutorial island. We've already discussed that backlogging or blocking tasks makes things more complicated. I mean, let's have a look in this best in slot task section, right? Okay, I don't want to make a rune chain body. Okay, we're going to backlog that. Okay, boom. I've used my block, don't want to do it. Oh, but I still need to make a rune full helm and rune plate legs and a rune kite shield, and that didn't help us. So that's a wasted block. And the blocking system is like now useless for this particular grind. It doesn't help. It doesn't help us. That's terrible. So why don't we utilize backlog sources? And my proposal is that the blocks can be used. This is going to cause some confusion in the comment section of the video. At least I can explain it to you here in a stream, but for the video, it's going to be confusing. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm proposing that we can block NPCs and objects. NPCs and objects. They are things that we can backlog. Everything else about the blocking system would essentially remain the same, but we can block NPCs and objects. Now, when I say NPCs, I'm only going to include NPCs that give you drops. So I can't just backlog, I can't block the charter ship crew member guy and be like, oh, I can't go to Brimhaven anymore. I've blocked the charter guy. That seems unreasonable. But NPCs that give drops. So examples of that would be Hellhounds. I could block Hellhounds. They would be blocked and gone and done, right? Perfect. That makes the Smoldering Stone grind disappear. That's an easy one anyway, because we could have just blocked the Smoldering Stone. But in examples like this, where it's a bit more complicated, I could block baby implings. I like this idea better than just saying, oh, block Puro, because that seems very overpowered, even though it essentially achieves the same thing. It feels overpowered, and it feels like cheap. I think cheap is probably the word I'm looking at here. It feels cheap to just be like, I'm just going to block Puro. An entire piece of content, I'm going to outright block it, even though it achieves basically the same thing. If I block baby implings, which you can do over here in... I'm going to have to like reset that. Sometimes it's weird, man. Like it's disappeared now, even... I don't know. It's fine. You can backlog baby implings, and that would kill the Puro grind in its tracks, because I can't progress Hunter anymore other than using lamps. But that is never a thing that the chunk picker considers anyway as a thing that you should and could do. So my proposal is that we block baby implings. That immediately just sends the chunk back to its original state. We're just back with East Ardy as we were originally. Someone highlighted a message. The lamp that changed your life. Yes. Ended my life. I'm sorry I'm missing so many chats. I'm sure there are a lot of great suggestions in here. But like I say, now that I've got most of the ramble out the way, my eyes can be focused over here. And I can start start pulling stuff up. So, as Amber says, as content, Puro is a terrible watch. That is argument piece number 1. It's no secret or surprise or news to anybody. I am late. I don't know if late is the right word, but I am late to the OneChunk game, right? It's been established. It's been done. Puro is something that has been explored by many different chunk accounts. And me doing it again is just like, it's sleeper content, right? If it was me doing this on my own for fun, I'd probably just have a go at it, you know? I'd probably just give it a whirl, give it a try. Let's not forget, if we're going over to the pros side here, Puro, it's a massive upgrade for the account. Like, huge. We're going to have full rune, essentially. Obviously, I can't use a rune plate body because of Dragon Slayer, but essentially full rune, loads of best in slots, an amulet of glory, huge upgrades to the ranged gear, huge upgrades to the melee gear, huge upgrades to the magic gear. It's a massive, massive upgrade. But in terms of making content, right? That's what I'm here to do. It's a killer. It's a killer. And it's been done so many times before. How I can't make... I don't want to listen to American Pie. Why is this even in the playlist? It's so slow and dull. Good song, slow and dull. It's just a series killer, man. Like, how am I going to make 2 years worth of content in Puro? You know? So yes, my proposal is we block baby implings, which just kills Puro in its tracks. What it does, and the reason I think that that's a better compromise is because it doesn't block Puro. Puro is still a thing that exists in my world and in my rule set. I just can't utilize it right now. I can go into it because I have the level and I have the ability to do it, but I can't do anything. I can't catch any baby imps, so it's useless to me. If we then unlock a better hunter method, I mean, I can't catch red salamanders, but if we unlock a hunter method, let's say we start heading south and we go into Felder Hills, and all of a sudden I can bird snare my way up to whatever the next imp is, then Puro's tasks would resurface, right? And then I would have to use another block. So I think it keeps the blocks, I think it keeps the blocks from being super overpowered. Another point I want to sort of mention here. Recently, and I'd probably even say since the chunk rolling stream, so it's not been long. Like, I would say in the last week, I've really started to think about the OneChunk account. And I'm very much aware that the OneChunk account is like... that's my most popular piece of content. And that, again, that's no secret or surprise. And that's where I want to put a lot of my energy into. I'm more of a chunker than I am a generic RuneScape YouTuber, right? So I want to kind of like real full focus on the chunk account. And that got me thinking, like, have I made this all a bit too easy? I mean, the blocking system exists. I like the idea that there's a blocking system. I think it's unique. It adds discussions like this that we can have. I think that's really cool. Everything isn't just as black and white as, oh, here's a task, we got to do it. All right, we did it. Roll a new chunk. I think the blocking system keeps it different. Ouch. No. That is not a throw. That's not like, I'm not throwing shade at... I would love... don't get me wrong. If I had come up with an original YouTube series like you have, Relics, I would be doing that. But I love OneChunk, and I think I need to sort of hone in on that a little bit, you know? Commit myself as a chunker. That's what I am. Because right now, I'm kind of a bit of a floater. Like, I do OneChunk, I do AI Cape. AI Cape's not going anywhere. I'm derailing myself. That's not the point. I think the block system's good. Once we iron out the details, and I will literally write out a Google Doc with the entire rule set and explanation of how the blocking system works once we have it figured out, that we can reference anytime. We're not quite there with that yet. But in terms of the actual, what I'm referring to more is in terms of the actual chunk rules. Now, when I started the account, I don't think I clicked any of these. I think I clicked extreme, and then I went through and changed a bunch of settings. If you've never used the chunk picker before, it's so cool. You can change so many things in here. You can literally tell it almost anything, and it will dictate what tasks you're given and your training methods and whatever. And there were quite a few things that I took out because I thought they were silly, right? I thought they were silly. So the primary ones that I removed, farming, allow raking patches to count as a primary method for training farming. That is going to remain the case. No, we're not doing it. That to me, that's a little bit silly. If you're watching this and you're a chunker and you have done that, props to you, man. But farming, I think for me as a whole, as a skill, is questionable in itself because it's so time gated that it's like I'm not even grinding on the account anymore. I physically just have to wait for crops to grow, and I don't like that. So that is something that I need to discuss anyway. Mining was another one. Get the levels to mine all tiers of shooting star to count as a skill task. No, I don't want that. I don't think it's chunk specific. Shooting stars can appear anywhere, and the concept of just having a mine to level 90 just to mine a tier 9 shooting star, I think that's a little bit dumb. Don't love it. Don't love it. What else have we got? Hunter. So allow this was initially turned off, so allow implings that randomly wander the world and their drops to count toward chunk tasks. Again, don't think it's chunk don't think it's chunk specific. You can turn off Puro here. You can. So yeah, there you go. Something to discuss. Other than that, the big one was this one here. Allow secondary training methods with drops/methods more commonly than 1 to 0. That basically means infinite. Include all to count as a primary training method. So, for example, allow a 1 in 50 drop for a bronze bar to be your required way to train smithing. I always had that set to 1 to 1. I don't love the... Man, this has turned into a huge ramble. This was not the intention. I've been live for 45 minutes. There's no shot it's been 45 minutes of me rambling. I thought it had been like 10. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. How do I concisely put this into a video, guys, without it being a 45-minute ramble? 2 questions I get a lot, and 2 things I want to figure out. How does the blocking system work? We're going to discuss that. What are you? Are you vanilla? Are you extreme? Are you semi-extreme? Are you supreme? Okay, well, let's rule out supreme straight away. Obviously, I'm not supreme. So am I vanilla, semi-extreme, or extreme? Now, I think I'm not vanilla, personally, even though Extreme Gnome has me in the vanilla chunkers section. On there's like a Google Doc that shows you every single content creator that does OneChunk. They're all in there, and they're all categorized under extreme, semi-extreme, vanilla, and supreme. Extreme Gnome has me in vanilla. I'm not having it. Extreme Gnome, I'm coming for you, man. Anyway, I want to just go... I want to be considered extreme. I want to be considered extreme. There's no real reason for it. I just want to, if I want to fit into a category. I don't want to be this floaty, like, oh, what's your rule set? And then I have to be like, well, I'm extreme, but then I don't do that. And sometimes I do this, and sometimes I don't do that. And this is also not allowed, but this is, and I've added this. I want to just be like, hey, I'm extreme. Straw poll, yes. I was going to start suggesting polls. Yeah, great idea, X. Thank you. I don't even know what the poll is, but I'm down. I trust you. I want to be extreme. So I'm going to set this now to 1 and 0. Will I regret that? Probably. But let's remind ourselves, guys. I have a blocking system. That's the whole point. Why have a blocking system to avoid really difficult grinds and make the rule set easier? Now we're making it too easy, right? People might disagree with that. Maybe it's an ego thing. I don't know if ego is the right word, but maybe it is. Maybe I'm like, I don't like that I'm semi-extreme. I want to be extreme with a blocking system. So I'm declaring that we go full extreme. We go full extreme. But the exceptions are, there will still be exceptions. The 2 exceptions are no raking, because I think that's silly. And hopefully that won't matter for too long, because we're pretty close to a farming patch that I can actually just use. So hopefully that won't matter for too long, and I can stop worrying about that. Drip Quest, thank you for the follow. I also missed Intrigued Guest. I love that they rhyme. Amazing. Thank you for the follow. Varvadius, has subscribed. Thank you, thank you. Ladon, thank you for the follow. And Davey Blade, thank you for the follow. I apologize. This has been literally 50 minutes of ramble so far. And the other exception I will make is the mining one, Shooting Stars. I don't think they're chunk specific. Other than that, extreme. That's what we're saying. So let's get that out the way. Extreme. Extreme. We're extreme. I'm doing it. I'm calling myself extreme. Oh, yeah. Maybe I will set it to like 1 in 16 or something. Because, yeah, if something... Imagine there was a monster that dropped iron bars at like a 1 in 1,000 rate, and that was my smithing method. That would be like... Obviously, that's silly, right? But then again, the argument comes around of, well, you block it, right? That's why you have the blocking system. So I'll leave it as it is for now. But I'm calling myself extreme. You can clip it. You can call it whatever you want. Blue, Tower of Blue, is officially, as of today, an extreme OneChunk Ironman. It's going to be in all the titles, all the thumbnails. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't love the idea of putting it in titles and thumbnails. There you go. Let's get back to what really matters. The blocking system. The blocking system. So I think what we need to do, categorically... Congrats on coming out. I think categorically what we need to do is do away with the blocking system blocks a task. I think at first, when I really hadn't thought about it, when I just had this chunk and I hadn't posted a video yet and I was trying to come up with the blocking system, in my mind it made sense. I kind of had a thought about like future things that might happen, but I didn't give it like enough thought clearly, because there are way more intricacies. As if you're just tuning in, I could block, obtain rune plate legs, but then I would still have to make a rune full helm, a rune kite shield, a rune everything else, right? So that wouldn't help. So I think we block NPCs and objects. I think that's what we do. So I have 3 blocks available. We have to use them if we want to acquire more. What do we use them on? Now, first and foremost, I think the most obvious thing that we use a block on is baby implings. Now, I was speaking to OneChunk today, the guy that literally made this whole website. I was speaking to him today. There's a little bit of... oh, that's not what I want. There's a little bit of intricacy with backlogging or backlog sources. I still don't really know why that's not working. What if I calculate tasks and then go back to that? Hold up. Backlog sources, baby impling. There it is. See, I don't know why that... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Baby impling. So we'll backlog that. They are now backlogged. You'll notice if I calculate task again, nothing changes. That's a chunk picker thing. Basically, they had to kind of make it like that. Puro made things a little complicated. It is what it is, right? But don't worry, I can go into the chunk rules. For the purpose of the series and for the purpose of the video, my declaration will be baby implings blocked. That kills Puro. Puro now is... I can't use it. I can't do anything with it. For the sake of the chunk picker to make it, you know, work, all I have to do is turn these settings off, basically just killing Puro, and then recalculate the tasks. And we're back to where we started, right? So we're back to where we started, and that's with baby implings being blocked. If we then unlock a hunter training method, again, let's say we go down to Felder Pills and we can start training hunter, I will then reactivate Puro as a piece of content for the chunk picker, and yeah, we'll go from there. But for the purpose of the series, baby implings, as it stands, are blocked. I hope that makes sense. Right. I think that is a lot of the rambling done. We can debate about using another block. Again, bear in mind, I can't block specific tasks. I have to block a object or an NPC. I can't just say block 87 crafting, craft a light orb. Okay, I'm not going to allow that anymore. We're going to move on from that. Forget that existed. Blocking objects, blocking NPCs. Now, the 68 smithing, if I show you another example, if I backlog, again, I've thought about everything, guys. Well, I haven't. That's why I need your help. But I've thought about a lot of things. If I block the anvil, again, if I block the furnace, that doesn't help us because I can superheat. I can superheat. So blocking a furnace actually doesn't change anything. It actually makes the grind worse because I would just have to superheat all the way up to 90, whatever it was, 68 smithing. If I block the anvil, smithing's gone, right? Yeet. Smithing is now gone, not a task. So that is a thing we could do. Now, I've already kind of started the smithing grind, and I don't actually mind the idea of doing smithing. So I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't mind the idea of doing it. It gives us some account upgrades. We're going to end up having to do smithing at some point in the future. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Crafting is a difficult one. It's very difficult to try and block this. It's very difficult to try and block this. What I could do... Wait, I think I tested this yesterday. Again, I can block NPCs. So if I try and block Trader Stan's trading post... Oh, wait, no, I said only things that... never mind, forget that. I said only things that give you drops, and I don't think that counts. Husk, thank you so much for the follow, man. Appreciate it. I'm so sorry. I want to just kick back and chat to you guys for a minute. I feel like I'm just rambling into a microphone while a chat exists on the other screen. Let me have a look at this poll. I don't even know what the poll was. Let's have a look. Right, Puro by ex-con. I should probably ask X if he's an ex-convict. I've never asked him that before. I've given him a lot of power, and his name is Sus. I don't know why that's just dawned on me right now. I'm hiring a fugitive, guys. And by hiring, I mean he just does things for me, and I give him commands, and he gets nothing in return, other than the occasional video shout out. Right, make a choice. Block Baby Impling, block the crop circle. Blocking the crop circle is not in the backlog source for some reason. You can't like physically do that, but that is an I could just do it again. This is a video, right? I can do that. Puro off limits till quest completion. Turn off Puro. Do Puro as is, or scaling Puro. 1 tier of impling per crop circle unlocked. Let me try and understand that. So do Puro as is. So basically commit to the 5,000 hour grind. Put my hands up and say it's a bit of a meme grind. Puro's been done. Let me start at the start and I'll go through it. Block Baby Impling, which is what I've just explained. Block crop circles. So instead of what that would essentially do is instead of postponing Puro, that would essentially block it permanently. I mean, and I would be using a block. Puro is off limits till the quest completion. So again, that's just postponing it, but postponing it a lot more. Like postponing it a lot. Turn off Puro. That's me putting my hands up and saying, listen, I know it's episode 9 and the rules are already well established, but I think that's a meme grind and it's been done many times before. I'm not even going to sacrifice a block. I just don't want to do it, right? Or do Puro as is, 5,500 hours. Yes, we can block some of the grinds within it to bring that down. I can try and block smithing to make that like 2,500 hours rather than 5,500 hours. Or scaling Puro, 1 tier of impling per crop circle unlocked. Scaling Puro, 1 tier of impling per crop circle unlocked. Oh, okay. So right now I would have access to baby implings. If I get another crop circle, I would then unlock the next level of impling. Is that what we're saying? That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Personally, that might be a little just too complicated. I really want to simplify things. That's why I want to go through the blocking system, and that's why I wanted to set myself just as extreme, because I want it to be simplified, right? People watch multiple chunk accounts, and it can be difficult to be like, oh, Blue uploaded. Wait, what's his deal again? What's his rule set and everything? So I kind of want to keep it fairly simple. My vote, in fact, I'm not even going to tell you my vote because I don't want to sway your opinion. Let's have a look at the results. Hey, you can buy a smart ambient light from this whatever undescript website. There you go. Puro off limits. I don't know why I read that so bizarrely. Puro off limits until quest completion is currently in the lead, very close with turn off Puro. Scaling Puro's in there as well, and blocking baby implings. So who is this? Right, out yourself right now. Out yourself. Who is it? I want to know. I want to know. Who is this person? I want their name on my desk by tomorrow morning. I need to know. I need to know. Oh, look, I can get a 3D printer. Guys, you can see what I've been Googling recently, eh? Be careful in case something sus comes up. It's almost certainly Yari, isn't it? Is that you outing him? Is he live right now? I'm sure it probably was. I'm sure it was. I don't know what it is, man. I go over to his stream, I hang out with him, I spend time with him, I bring the vibes, and all he does is roast me. It's savagery. You doing superheat anyway? Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like holding off until Quest would give more time to cut down on some of the grinds. That's the thing, right? Because it's not like the thing with the chunk account. While I go back into ramble mode periodically, let's get back to the game and let's actually do some stuff, right? Let's calm it down a little. We've gone through the entire hour-long ramble. Hopefully, you guys somewhat understand where I'm at and what's going on. One positive of all this, by the way, if I was to just do it and go with Yari's vote, think of the title, you know? One misclick just cost me 5,500 hours. I just made the biggest mistake in OneChunk history and almost ended the account. Could be cool. They'll probably still be the title anyway, so that's not even a factor. I forgot where I was going with that. Oh yes, the one thing with OneChunk, right? You see people a lot where they'll do a chunk roll. I was thinking about this last night at like 3 in the morning as I'm stressing. You see people a lot do a chunk roll in stream, me included. If you were here on Sunday, you would have also seen exactly this scenario where you roll a chunk and it's a death chunk, it's a bad chunk, and the streamer or whoever it is gutted. They look super disappointed, they're mad, they're upset. It's like, oh no, it's over, whatever. But it's easy to look and be like, well, it's a OneChunk account. Like, the idea of a OneChunk account is eventually, in some nondescript amount of time, you unlock every single chunk, and you have done everything that there is to do in the game. So getting 99 smithing is just an inevitability anyway, so why are you upset? You have to do it at some point, so why are you mad? The thing with OneChunk is it all very much depends on the order in which you roll chunks, right? That's what makes it interesting. That's why no two chunk accounts are the same, because it's all on the order in which you roll them. So 99 smithing for me right now is terrible. It's so bad. It's so bad. But if I unlocked a boss first, as an example, if I unlocked a boss first that dropped, I don't know, let's say I unlocked Rune Dragons before I ever got anywhere near smithing, and I was getting tons and tons of Runite bars. Cool. Well, now all of a sudden, pushing up to 99 is much more easy. I've got thousands of Runite bars in the bank. Awesome. But rolling it right now sucks, right? So, putting it off, like, putting it off through the concept of it being quest locked would be better, because yes, I would still eventually get to Puro, but by that point we might already have a massive hunter level, we might already have a massive smithing level, we might already have a massive cooking level, whatever. So when you eventually get to it, it's way less bad. So that's why I'm less inclined to block it outright, because I don't want to be cheap like that, you know? I don't want to be cheap like that. I don't want to be like, this doesn't sound fun, I don't want to do it. It's tough. It's difficult. Difficult. Throwing away the account for a good title. Personally, I think that if you want to be extreme, don't block Puro behind the quest. You have a block, use it. That's my thing. That's my other point. So if I sort of look at those options again, let me get you back over there. Sorry, man. I know we're a bit scattered right now, but I hope you understand. If we look at these options one last time, blocking, so scaling Puro, that is not utilizing a block. Blocking, turning off Puro is not utilizing a block. Puro off limits till quest completion is not utilizing a block. So these three options are not going to use any blocks. And to me, that's kind of like, why have the block system then? Right? At least if I was to block baby implings, as I kind of proposed, at least then it's like, oh, I made a massive mistake. I've ended up with a 5,000 hour grind, but that's why we have the blocking system. I can block that, whatever. You know? Rather than on episode 9, all of a sudden being like, oh, I didn't really think about Puro. Yeah, I just don't want to do it. I'm going to keep my blocks though, if that's cool. You know what I mean? It feels a little more cheap. IMO. Blocking the furnace would block 87 crafting, right? It would take the crafting level down. So I still, in this chunk, have a pottery wheel. Barely. I have access to a pottery wheel, so I would still have to do some crafting, and it might even be worse than the glass blowing, to be honest with you. Might even be worse. In fact, can you make molten glass? No, I don't know. Crafting would still be a thing. It just might not be as bad. Turn my fan on quick. Oh, that's better. Getting sweaty up in here with all this discussion. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm now looking at chat for the first time. If you said something earlier that was a valid point that I missed, please say it again, or put it in Discord, or whatever the situation is. I don't want to miss your valuable opinions. That's the whole point of all of this today. Also, again, if you're curious what I'm physically doing at this point in time, I'm going for 43 magic. We're very close. I'm just gonna low alch some of these longbows. And then we can superheat. Superheat unlocked. See above. Oh, right. You're replying. Sorry. Yeah. Can you superheat for molten glass? Yeah, there is super glass make, but yeah, you need the Lunar spellbook. So that is, unfortunately, not a thing. I think you can't call yourself extreme if you don't do the crafting grind. Man, Basslocket, you're supposed to be on my side here, man. Help a brother out, man. Help a brother out. Hey, it's valid. It's valid. Totally valid. Totally valid. And again, I'll kind of cast it back to what I was just saying a little bit earlier. I don't love that I'm in this floating middle zone of what is your account? Is it extreme? Is it vanilla? Is it semi-extreme? Is it just like a custom thing? How do you describe it? How do you brand it? I would like to be able to be like, I'm extreme. However, I don't consider shooting stars. Okay, Basslocket, let me ask you this. Is it Basslocket or Basslocket? I'm sorry if I'm, let me know if I'm saying it wrong. That goes to everybody. I always say that. I'm awful with names. What would you guys consider? So, chunkers, chunk viewers, whoever you may be, give me your opinion here. If you go with the entire extreme rule set, so you go to the chunk picker, you do select rules, you click extreme, then you go into show details, and you turn off shooting stars, and you turn off breaking patches. Is that still extreme? Or are those two changes enough to be like, no, that's not extreme anymore? What's your opinion? It's semi? Semi if you turn it off? Semi? You guys suck, man. I take it back. I don't need your help. I don't need your help. You can all leave. I'll do this on my own. I got this. No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, what that would add then... The thing is, all it adds really is 2 grinds that never have to be done ever again. I'm not saying that I should do it. I'm just saying, like, by turning those 2 settings on, I have to get 90 mining, and then once it's done, I never get that task again. And I have to rake. See, the farming one's the ass one. Like, I could convince myself to do 90 mining. I could be like, all right, hundreds of hours, get it done. You'll have loads of iron ore in the bank. That'll be useful down the line. Very nice. The farming one's the one that, to me, is just outright dumb. I borderline considered just not having farming included, period. Like, not just raking, farming. Like, just not, yeah. I borderline debated that because it's so time gated, right? I imagine you had to get 99 farming and you only had one patch available. You've done every other task, and now literally you wake up in the morning, you plant a tree and an allotment. Now you just have to wait. Like, you're not grinding, you're not playing the game. Like, no offense to anyone who's done it, but to me that's not impressive. That's not like an impressive grind. It's like, okay, you played the game for a combined 5 hours, but it took 2 years. You know what I mean? Most chunkers class farming passive, and I think that's what I'll do. Like, I could turn on raking as a thing, but then just say, look, farming does not dictate chunks being complete. Farming doesn't make it so that I can't roll until it's done. Like, it's just something that I have to be doing in the background. I don't want to be extreme, guys. Let me be extreme, please. Please. To me, farming's passive. I need to make a good faith effort to check/plant, but I can roll if that's the last thing in my chunk. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Because, yeah, it seems silly to be like, oh, guys, I can't chunk roll for literally 18 months because I need to get this farming level and I have one bush patch to my name. I think that your bans being only objects and NPCs is a clean answer, by the way. One thing you will need to make clear, that if you block a furnace, you are not able to use it at all. Yes, and that is... Actually, I'm going to write that down before I forget, because that is exactly where I was going to lead. So if object/NPC is blocked, is it blocked?
I say Puro is cheating, skips all grinds.
Is it blocked forever? X, thank you so much, man. You know I'm bad at reading chat when X has to do a super chat for me to respond to him. I say Puro is cheating, skips all grinds. In a weird way, it kind of does feel like that, doesn't it? In a weird way. In a weird way. Because, like, if you think about how the account is going to look after this chunk, like, on my next chunk rolling stream, imagine what the account's going to look like without Puro, right? We're going to have quite a reasonable mining level, probably in the 70s, maybe 80. We're going to have 68 smithing. We're going to have 85 cooking. We're going to have 87 crafting. Very nice. We're going to have probably a higher thieving level. That's all, more or less it. If we had Puro, all of a sudden the account is like, boom, you've got wildly better stats, wildly better gear. Now all my future chunks are significantly easier. I kind of see that point, X. I do kind of see that point. Let's say you get to Witchhaven and block Hellhounds. What happens when you roll other Hellhounds? Yes, so that is the debate that I need to come to, Pi. Thank you very much. That's yeah. That's part of the trickiness of this, 100%. When you roll Feldit Punter area, which is 5 chunks away, then you're going to be stuck doing Puro. Exactly, Chunk Spectator. Exactly. So, blocking baby implings, it's a temporary measure, right? And the hope is that by the time I roll Feldit Punter area, which is 5 chunks away, I mean, bearing in mind, it's super unlikely for me to just go straight south, straight into Feldip, right? We're probably going to roll at least 10 chunks. But even if we did, even if we rolled 5 chunks straight down into the Feldip Punter area, the hope is that by that point, the account would be in a much better standing. We'd have a better hunter method. We'd have better smithing methods, maybe a closer furnace. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So all of a sudden, the grinds that I'm staring at right now are much more manageable. Much more manageable. That's the idea, the theory. I can't believe that was over an hour of ramble. I'm so sorry. And the ramble will continue, but at least it's now more at a normal stream pace. That flew by. I'm so very sorry. I'm going to have to go back and listen to all of that discussion and take notes again. And somehow try and concisely put whatever result that we come up with into a video. Because I don't want a 10-minute ramble in the video, you know what I mean? I need to concisely word this. That's what's going to be tricky. I don't think Smith and Grind will be much better by then. No, you're probably right. You're probably right. Backlogging grinds without a primary training method is valid. Right? I think so too. So smithing is a good example where I have a primary training method. I have a furnace, I have iron ore, I have coal ore if I wanted to go down that road, even though that would be much slower, I'm pretty sure. I have an anvil, I have a bank, I have a hammer, I have a pickaxe, right? I have everything required to smith. It's such a tricky one. It's such a tricky one. Question on the block. Can you block at any time, or does it have to be locked in the start of the chunk? Could you glass blow to the level you need for pottery wheel and then block? I can block at any time. That's the way I've kind of set it up, Roomba. Yeah, I can block at any time. So even though the chunk is like underway, I've already started, I can now say, hey, I want to block baby implings. Get them out of here. There's no good solution to smithing unless you roll a good chunk early. Exactly right, Drip. It's an inevitable grind, right? It is an inevitable grind. We're getting pretty close here. About 500-ish nature runes left to nuke. And then, well, it's up to debate what we do next. We need a lot of nature runes, about 17,000 more nature runes. We need a lot of iron ore. About 17,000 iron ore. There's a lot to do. I always like to see who's around. Whether it's, sometimes it's a bot, or more often than not it's a bot, or just an Ironman trying to get glass, right? Sometimes you get some characters coming through. I'm one chunk away from Giant's Foundry, but instead I rolled Drainer Anvil for 88 smithing. Oh, man. That's so unlucky. That's so unlucky, dude. I do think that you can choose to unblock a block task whenever you want. You can opt back into a grind, but you don't get the block back. For example, if you get the furnace on Entrana and you don't have a block, you can unlock the furnace in Ardi, assuming you blocked it before. That's what I'm thinking, Nantuko. So again, initially the idea when we started thinking about the blocking system was you cannot go back and complete a grind that you previously blocked and regain that block. And I'm sticking to that. Once you've used a block, it is gone. Regardless of what happens in the future, that block is gone. So the question to be had here is, if I block the anvil, firstly, am I blocking? So question number one, am I blocking all anvils? Or is it just one specific anvil? Now, before you answer that question, think about it for a second. Imagine, I know this isn't the case, but imagine hypothetically there's an anvil over here, there's an anvil over here, there's an anvil over here, and there's an anvil in Brimhaven. Blocking this one anvil wouldn't do anything. It would actually just make things worse, right? So it works out quite well now to block anvils because I only have access to one of them. But what about in the future when I have multiple of the thing that I'm trying to block? Bit of a difficult one. If that was the case, so I'm blocking all anvils, obviously at some point in the future, I'm going to want to unblock them, right? I'm going to want anvils back at some point. So how do I go about that? Feels a bit weird to just be like, oh, I'm going to unblock anvils now. I don't get the block back, but I'm going to unblock it. It's so tricky, man. So tricky. Hold up. Wait. Bro. Mate, I was looking at YouTube chat for a while. And when I say a while, actually, are there timestamps? There's no timestamps. It wasn't moving. And I was like, oh, it's all good. You know, maybe people got tired of my ramble and dipped. It just refreshed. I missed like 10 minutes of YouTube chat. I'm so sorry. I promise I'm not ignoring you. Here's me just like, oh, I'll just talk to Twitch then. Sorry, YouTube. Bad streamer is bad, man. Bad streamer is bad. Sorry. blocking a resource, like only blocking the rune bar. So that is what I was thinking as well, Ticker. It was like, I settled, and in the end, I settled on objects and NPCs as opposed to items. But maybe it could be objects, NPCs, and items. It could be. So I could block a hammer, right? I could block hammers. You know? You use your block on YouTube, chat. Sorry, YouTube. And now I'm going to be so self-conscious that it's doing that. I don't know. Someone say something in YouTube chat so I know. Why do you have to unblock it to use it? Just make it optional. So that was, again, the other debate, Jinx. Am I just blocking it for the purpose of that task, but it's still usable? But that feels weird. That feels strange to me. More exceptions, the harder it is to follow. Yeah. That's why I do want to streamline this as much as possible and be like, this is how the block system works. It's very simple. It's very easy to follow. You don't need a PhD in the chunk picker to understand what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Thank you for thank you, YouTube, for confirming. You guys are working. That's good. Engagement bait right there. 40 magic. Love that. Love that. I chunk limited on items, but more than so roll unlock at say 10. Huh? I don't understand, Devin. Sorry. 10-page rule book on blues rules. Yeah, no, literally. That's what I'm trying to avoid. That's what I'm trying to avoid, because it's RuneScape, right? There's so much detail. There's so much complexity. There's so much to do. So many ways of doing things. If you're trying to come up with a rule set for a series, you're inadvertently gonna end up with a lot of complexity. I think Relics is also figuring that out. Although he's doing a great job, and I love the fact that he polls his viewers. I don't trust my viewers, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm just kidding. No, what I will say, what I'm also thinking about doing is making an episode and releasing an episode next week sometime, where I do kind of go over some of the questions. I'm undecided as to whether to figure out what I'm doing and then put the video out next week, or put this discussion into the video and kind of throw it to the YouTube comments. One thing that was brought up by a few people I've asked already, which is a great point, is a lot of the people that are going to take their time to go and vote in a poll or to leave a comment with their opinion or whatever are people who are engaged in the series and my content, and therefore they're probably more likely to vote for the thing that makes my life a bit easier. So there's gonna be some level of bias in a poll, right? But my response to that was, hey, if you guys all said block Puro, don't allow it, don't let it be a thing, then when somebody in the comments is like, I can't believe you blocked Puro. That's, that's bullshit. That's not fair. I can be like, hey, my viewers said it was fine to block. Sorry, it's not my fault. I put it up to democracy. I didn't make the decision. So I'll blame you guys. It's kind of what I'm saying. It's all your fault. Especially Desan. He's not even here, but we'll all blame Desan. Sorry, permanent lock. I think to really make the block task unique, it could be a permanent lock. Right. It could be a permanent lock, which means you never have to use that ever again. So it means you need to choose wisely. I know I sound a bit like a broken record here, but I did think of that, Relics. I did think of that. The reason I haven't committed to that just yet, or proposed it just yet, is because I really need to look into future chunks in very extreme detail to make sure that I'm not absolutely ending the series in some stupid way. Like, if I block this anvil and it's permanently locked, I blocked it, which gets rid of the smithing grind, perfect, but it's permanently blocked. I can never. Okay, let's change that actually to the baby in, please, because that's what I'm discussing. That's what I'm talking about blocking. So we block baby implings. Cool. Puro gone for now. For now. If I have it so that that is now blocked forever. Forever. What if there's something on the baby impling table that I really, really need to progress with a future chunk or whatever? And it's blocked forever. I mean, look, 5 years from now, if we're still making this series, baby implings will still be blocked, right? Is that something we want to commit to? Because again, imagine 5 years from now, right? Imagine that world. Okay, baby implings being blocked might not be an issue, but in 5 years' time, I might have used like 20 blocks at that point, and I've blocked all kinds of content in the game, and I'm putting myself in all kinds of trouble. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm gonna run to the bathroom quick. I'll be right back. Sorry. All right, we're back. We're back. What were the thoughts on that? Unless you can use a block to unlock your own... Oh, you can use a block to unlock an old block. Right, so if I block the anvil, right, we don't want the anvil, kills the smith and grind, don't want to do smithing, done. Then later, we roll another chunk with a big smithing grind, but now I've blocked the anvil, which makes the smithing grind twice as long. I can use another block to unblock the anvil. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I'm gonna write that down. Use another block. I'm trying to write as quickly as possible. I mean, it's barely legible. To unblock. Cool. I like that. These aren't set in stone. If I'm writing it down, that's not like, oh, that's going in the rules. But it's... sorry. It's something I can refer back to later. How do you earn a block? Well, again, that's part of the other intricacy that we need to iron out. But essentially, the account started with 1. We started here at the Tower of Life, Tower of Blue, as I expect everyone to call it. Throwback to episode 1. The account starts with 1 block, so we always had 1, and then for every 3 chunks that I fully complete, I get another one, right? So we completed the Tower of Life, then we rolled into the monastery, we completed the monastery, and then we rolled into Port Khazard, and we completed Port Khazard. Got us up to 2 blocks, then we complete another 3 chunks, we go up to 3 blocks, and there's a maximum of 3, so I can't earn any more blocks right now because I'm capped out. I'm at 3, I can't get any more. In terms of fully completing a chunk, what I'm referring to there is completing every single task that was given to us when we rolled it. So Port Khazard is probably the best example, where Fishing Trawler has a bunch of collection log slots for the outfit, the angler outfit, and there's a fishing grind. All of that is backlogged because I don't have 15 fishing, so I can't get any of that stuff. It still counts as a fully completed chunk, though, because we completed all of the tasks that were given to us when we rolled that chunk. I hope that makes sense. That's how you get more blocks. Gives a lot more versatility to the blocks. I think so. I think so. Activating lurk mode. Lurk away, my guy. Lurk away. Enjoy. I love the lurkers. The lurkers are... the lurkers make it happen, man. Chatters are great. Lurkers are great. Appreciate you all. You're not at 3, you're at 2 because you're going to block baby imps. Right, so yeah, if I block a baby imps, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to do, then I will be down to 2. Exactly right. Exactly right. What is a piece of advice for someone who might want to start a OneChunk? Don't. No, I'm kidding. Oh, a shoulder parrot. Let's go. I wish I could take that. That's sick. No, piece of advice. Well, I mean, the obvious stuff, have fun. That's probably the main one. Have fun. But my biggest piece of advice would be, don't be too strict on yourself. I guess have fun is a bit of an umbrella thing to say. Don't be too strict on yourself. You know, if you've put yourself in a 2,000-hour mega grind because you made the rules really strict, and you know that you're not going to enjoy that, maybe don't. Maybe don't implement your own kind of blocking system or skip system or whatever you want to call it. You know, make it your own. Make it your own. That's my best piece of advice. You know, be somewhat strict with yourself so that you get the gratification that a OneChunk gives you from completing difficult challenges. Don't be too easy on yourself to the point that it kind of loses meaning. But definitely strike a balance and try and stick to it, because everybody's different. I know myself personally, if I cheated on a grind or if I just gave up on something and said, guys, I'm not going to do that, I would feel bad for the series because it's a bit cheap, and people watch OneChunk because it's insane, right? That's a large part of the viewing attraction. But even for me personally, I would feel not very fulfilled if I was to just start giving up on things left, right, and center. So I would say come up with a rule set that you think is going to make life not crazy hard, but also gives you that gratification, and then try and stick to it if you can. That would be my advice. I feel like making your block system feel like Slayer blocks makes more sense, as there you can just remove blocks at will. So for this chunk, if you block baby implings, you will still earn a block since that wasn't a task given to you when you rolled it. Oh, right. Sorry, they were two different questions. I'll answer them both. Yes, I think so too. And I did actually, I think, was it in episode 1? I referenced it as being like Slayer blocking. So sticking to that kind of thing would be good. Maybe I can only have 3. So to stick with the Slayer blocking system, right? If you're familiar with Slayer blocking, I'm sure a lot of you are. Basically, the way it works is you have, I don't know, 5 block slots available. You can spend your points to block a task, but you can't have any more than 5 things blocked at one time. So maybe instead of having a cap on how many blocks I have a cap on how many things I can have blocked. Does that make sense? Let me try and reword that. So right now, the way that I have it operating is that I can block an unlimited amount of things. Like any amount of things that I want to block, I can block. But I can only have so many blocks available at one time. So 3 is the cap. 3 is where I'm at right now. I can't earn any more blocks until I use one. Maybe we change that to I can earn an unlimited amount of blocks, or maybe we just stick with the 3, but I can only have 3 things blocked at one given time. So we block baby implings, we block the anvil, and then we block this farming patch, right? I don't know, it's a dumb example, but let's say we block those three things. I'm now maxed out on the amount of things that I can have blocked at one time. Then we roll into the fishing guild and I have to get 99 fishing, and I want to block something there, but I can't because I have 3 things blocked already. So I have to unblock something. And whatever it is that I unblock, let's say I unblock the farming patch, that will now become a task again. But I can now block fishing. Does that make sense? I don't know. I feel like I kind of like that. Again, there's a lot of things that I need to look at in depth, because a large part of the problem, and the reason I'm in this problem, is because I didn't look too far ahead when I first came up with the idea. I did a brief look, and sort of in my mind it made sense, but if I'd done a thorough look at various chunks and various tasks and combinations of chunks, then I would have quite quickly realized that the blocking system as a whole is flawed and needs a bit more work. Like your idea that you don't make any progress towards getting a new chunk if you have 3 blocks. You can't ban completed chunks count at 3. Right, so yeah, I'm currently not earning more blocks right now because I'm already capped. The issue with that Slayer block thing is that there's no cost to blocking, so the smart move is to block your worst grind. Yeah, so I think we would keep it the same. 1 level to go, by the way. Very nice. I think we would keep it the same as it is, but you can only block. You can only have 3 things blocked, and you can unblock things. Problem with that is you're close to like 5 or 6 things you got to block permanently, like Inferno. That's also true. Yeah, there are things that will want to be permanently blocked, like Inferno, Corporeal Beast. Obviously, I'm nowhere near that, but like Chambers is Eric, right? You know, there are things that will want to be permanently blocked. Good point, Jinx. Maybe that doesn't work. Maybe that doesn't work. Maybe every 3 blocks, I unblock a block slot as well. So every 3 chunks, I unlock a block that I can use, and I unlock a block slot. Maybe. Could still end up getting stuck with something crazy, and that's the point. I don't want it to be, and let me make this ultra clear. I don't want the block system to be like every single difficult grind can be blocked, no problem. I want it to be Jeopardy. I want it to be, oh shit, I have 1 block left and we're chunk rolling tomorrow, and there's 99 magic, there's 99 construction, there's 99 fishing, there's 99 range, there's 99 biomaking, there's 99 fletching. I want it to be like, oh, you know, I want to get stuck in a really difficult grind at some point, you know? This isn't supposed to be just free. What magic level do you need to reach? We're going for 43 right now. 43, so that I can unlock Superheat item. That's what we're going for. Because I have a smithing grind to be done. Every 3 blocks that you would unlock, you instead unlock a block slot. I.e., if you're maxed on blocks and you would have earned 3 blocks without using them, you instead unlock a block slot. Ah, okay. So rather than doing both, right. That adds a level of like planning as well, because I could use a block now and go down to 2, or I could not use a block. I mean, I'm going to, but hypothetically, or I could not use a block and get another block slot instead. That could be interesting also. I'm not a fan of this block system. It's so complicated and seems like just an easy way out. I feel like it gets rid of so much of the point of this game mode. It feels empty when you can just nope out of something. No, I listen, yeah, that's totally valid. Like 100% valid. And that's why I really want to iron it out, because I don't want that to be the case. I don't, you know, there are still, of course, going to be people that have that opinion, right? And I'm totally fine with that. But that's, as I kind of, maybe you typed that before I just said what I said, I don't know. But that's not what I want to be the case. I don't want it to be a free out. A free nope, a free this sucks, I don't want to do it, right? The idea I had for the blocking system initially was to avoid mega meme grinds. So 68 smithing, which is going to take me about 200-300 hours. That sucks. I don't want to be able to just block that for free, you know? Smoldering stone, that's something I might want to block. Inferno, that's something I will want to block. 99 magic by getting runes in the dumbest possible method that's going to take thousands of hours, that's something I would want to block. Getting 99 construction through fishing trawler, that's something I want to block, right? Things that are like absolute account killers, that's what I want to block. Not just like, oh, this grind's 100 hours, I don't want to do it. That's why I powered through with the curved bone. That took like 200 hours, but I wanted to power through it. That's why I didn't want to block thieving, which was going to take about 150 hours. Of course, we then found the RD Knight, yada yada, but we did debate using the block on thieving at that point in time because it was about 150 hours with no real benefit. Didn't want to do it. I want to stick through this, you know? As I was kind of saying earlier on it, Rex, I don't know when you got here. I've just actually gone through the chunk picker rule set to make myself extreme rather than this like floaty, semi-extreme, whatever you want to call it. 43 isn't too far off. No, we're going to get it any second now. Any second. In fact, 28 actions left. Every X blocks 1 unblock. Every X blocks 1 unblock. Oh, right. Okay. I see. I'm with you. Yeah. Did you block any task for Artie yet? I have blocked nothing at all since the account's creation. Nothing. But we are about to. Let me tell you. We're about to. Everything is now blocked. Yeah, I'm just going to block everything, guys. I'm going to change the block system so that I have infinite blocks and I can use them at will. And yeah, I'm just going to block everything. So we're actually just going to chunk roll right now. So yeah, enjoy. Not blocking what we thought was really long grinds in the past is really paying off right now. Yes. And my perspective on really long grinds has changed significantly. Looking at a 200-hour grind now is like, okay, is it going to take a month? Maybe, but it's doable. So yeah, the blocks really are reserved for like 1,000-hour plus kind of shit. You know what I mean? Any NPC that drops items. Blue, does Zuck drop items? The cape is awarded by the minigame, not via Zuck himself. So when I say that, X, that's not like a written in stone kind of rule. Like, oh, it physically has to drop an item. What I really mean is like, and again, I need to come up with a way of. I'm going to write a script and a Google Doc once we have this figured out. That is like black and white. This is the case. But what I basically mean is I'm not going to block like. Talk toable characters, right? So I'm not going to be able to block the estate agent, right? I can't block the estate agent. I could block planks. I could block swamp tar, you know, to be able to prevent me from having to do that on the fishing trawler. No, that I would say, regardless, stuff like that. You know what I mean? But I can't just block the estate agent. I can't block the charter crew member and prevent myself from ever getting to Brimhaven ever again. that would prevent Bureau from being a thing right now. But no, I like the idea better of it being more like, yeah, the item sources. Anyway, let's get this level. Boom. 43 magic. You can now use protect for melee. Just kidding. I can now use superheat item. Absolutely. Huge, I guess. Huge. I will say it took me about 6 hours to get the nature runes for that. And that was 1,400 nature runes. I need 17,000. So, you know, don't tell me I'm not doing difficult grinds. You have everything blocked and you have to complete chunks to unlock them. I mean, that's kind of cool, but I don't know how that would work though. Like, if everything's blocked, then theoretically everything's done, right? I think the cleanest solution to explain, you block object / NPC. You're not allowed to use them at all while they are blocked, and you can use a block to unblock the previously blocked item. Yeah, no, that is clean. I would probably cut down on the amount of times the word block is in there, but no, I like that. I like that. Maybe just do that then. Let's uncomplicate it. If it's going to be an account killer, you can justify it that this task or group of tasks, such as smithing multiple mithril bars, are going to be 1,000-hour grind. Then you'll block it, and that's it. Yeah. Also, something I considered, like just setting it literally as like a time thing. You know, if it's 1,000 hours, it gets blocked, right? I did consider that, but I like that really simplifies it, which is nice. Simple is good. But it's almost too simple, where it takes any kind of decision making away. And that's what I quite like about the block system, where it's like, I have to make choices. I have to make sacrifices, decisions. Here's a better script. Block a block, block, unblocks, blocks, blocks, blocks. Just block planks and you'll never do construction. Yeah, right? I know. Decision making's bad. My decision making is always bad. As we wouldn't be here talking today if my decision making was good. Anyway, what do I want to do right now while we're kind of chatting and discussing? Well, I'm not going to go to Puro. I need to do smithing, crafting, cooking, Haven't decided if we're gonna block one of those yet. Smithing, I'm gonna commit to. I'll tell you right now. I'm doing smithing. I will do it. I will do it. Cooking and crafting, that's up in the air. I don't want to do cooking and crafting right now on stream because it's just purely World Top Simulator. So I'll start doing some mining. I need about, I can't remember the number, about 16,500 iron ore. I already have 5,000. So let's get on with it. Let's get on with it. Nature rune chest content is probably a little dull right now as well, honestly. A message for me. What do you get from this again? May as well do it, right? May as well do it. Gems, I think. Gems are always nice. I hate this one. I'm so bad at it. Right. Also, you probably did notice, and I probably, I know, well, I haven't mentioned it, and we're like almost 2 hours in the stream and I haven't mentioned it yet. We're in classic mode. I was feeling nostalgic one night, and I switched it to classic mode, and I was like, oh, I kind of like this. And then I recorded a clip for the episode, or for like the next episode, and I forgot that classic mode was still on, and I was like, well, maybe I just go full commit on classic mode. I actually quite like it. Dude, can you like chill, man? I'm really just, please don't move. No. Please. I hate this one so much. It's probably my least favorite random event. Brother, please, good lord. Drink every time he says block or blocked. Classic mode is cozy. I think so too. I think it also, like, from a content creation standpoint, it also kind of works better because a lot of times I'm trying to get like B-roll and stuff, and I've got like the inventory and the map, and your character like is centered when you're not in classic mode, so your character's never like in the center. I don't know what I'm trying to say. If I'm trying to get a clip, basically the screen is very clean for this without like chat and everything else. I can zoom in to this area and just have like, I like it. All right, that's the long story short. That's the long story short. All right, what do we get? 4 emeralds. Love that. Very worth it. Unfortunately, if we had access to molds, that would be awesome because I can get gold, I can get gems, like some amount of gems. It would be really cool to be able to make some jewelry, but I cannot. Smithing gets you a myth axe, which is nice. Very true. It does. It does. If I was to do Puro, I would get a rune axe, which would have been awesome, but no. To me, that's insanity. This is going to be the least efficient mining ever, by the way, while I chat and write things down and all the rest of it. What did you think to the changes to the bosses, Obor and Brio? I mean, I don't know. Mostly positive. Mostly positive. Question: if you thieve the chest in the castle that teleports you to a blocked area, how would you handle that? I mean, if I did it accidentally, I would just have to be like, oops, my bad, and head back to the original chunk and drop whatever I got from the chest. But that is not something I can do. And the chunk picker even knows that. The chunk picker knows that I can't loot that chest because, yeah, you get teleported outside of your chunk. So for all intents and purposes, I cannot use that chest until I unlock the chunk that is the area that it sends you to, you know? I'm already up to 48 thieving on my level 80 grind. Hey, nice, dude. That's awesome. Quite a fun grind, the thieving grind in Ardy. Enjoy it, dude. Enjoy. I like that. I was out for a bit. What was the decision for Puro taken? Unless it's still up for debate. Yeah, bold of you to assume that 2 hours in we've made a decision. No, welcome back, Karma. No solid decision has been made yet. I'll tell you where I'm at with most of the topics that have been thrown out so far. I think the blocks change. So instead of blocking specific tasks, we block NPCs or objects. Maybe items get thrown into the mix as well. So a hammer, I don't know, iron bars, you know, stuff like that. That could also be up for debate. But right now, I think NPCs/objects are blockable. Now, what that means is I will block baby implings, And what that will do is kill Puro Puro, because I can go into Puro Puro. And in fact, it is now a task to do so. But I can't use anything in it because I can only catch baby implings. And since they are blocked, I can't even catch baby implings. And therefore, Puro Puro, and all of the associated grinds with it are dead. I think that's going to be the play there. All of the other tasks that I'm currently working on for the East Arty chunk, I will carry on with. I'm going to start with smithing and see how it goes from there. We could block the anvil to kill the smithing grind. I'm not going to do that, but that's just something that could work. If I block something... If I block something, it's blocked permanently. But I can use another unblock. Sorry, I can use another block to unblock it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Need to figure that out. Need to really sort of think how that's going to look in future. That's going to involve me spending quite an alarming amount of time on the chunk picker. Sort of seeing how that might look. And the other one, which I didn't write down, I need to write it down, was having a cap on how many blocks I can have. Not how many blocks I can have at one time, because that's already in place. Right now, if you're unfamiliar, I can have a maximum of 3 blocks at one time. I have 3 blocks right now. So I can't earn any more blocks. But I think a good suggestion, which I forget who it was that suggested it, maybe it was Relics, I don't exactly remember, was to have a cap on how many things you can have blocked at one time. But that has its own issues. That has its own issues. I'm going to write it down, though, so it's something I need to think about later. Cap how many things that can be blocked. It's complicated, guys. Complicated. Oh. So did you unlock baby imps? Sorry, I joined when the blocking combo started. Yes, Deathstrike. I accidentally lamped up to 1700. Man, if you could have seen me yesterday, if you guys were like a fly on the wall yesterday, it was fairly late last night. No, it wasn't actually. It was about 7 p.m. when I lamped to 1700 accidentally. It was about 7 p.m. I went to bed at 4 in the morning. Between the hours of 7 p.m. and 4 in the morning, I was note writing, typing in Word documents, going through the chunk picker, coming up with ideas. Frantically, I was talking in the chunk chat Discord, just trying to like ask for advice. I was stressed, man. I was real stressed. But I feel better now. Now that I've sort of decided that I think blocking NPCs and objects is the play rather than blocking tasks, I think I feel a little bit better about it. Essentially, we can kill Puro Puro with 1 block. Temporarily. Which is nice. Fail indeed, Deathstrike. Absolute fail. Maybe what I do. You were hoping for a game-breaking bug and rollback. Yeah, exactly. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just tell my editor that for the rest of time, you need to edit it so it looks like I have 1600, okay? Forever. Just edit it so it looks like I have 1600 for like the next 10 years. And then problem solved, right? No Puro Puro till Xanaris. Yeah, that was another suggestion that people were throwing out. I just don't know if I like that because it feels like a weird... Like, I feel like if you're gonna say that, just don't allow Puro Puro, right? Like, it feels quite cheap, in my opinion. I don't know. I can do that with overlays, easy peasy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you can hack into Jagex's high scores as well, just to make sure that that looks normal as well. Just kidding. I don't condone hacking. Don't do that. In a way, your mistake almost seems like a blessing in disguise. I'm sure. Oh, yeah. No, it kind of is. It kind of is. And that's where towards the end of the night, and certainly towards this morning, I started to think that, because it's really made us have to think about the blocking system. And I think it's made us come up with a better blocking system. I think the blocking system has been improved. Does it upset me that we're changing the blocking system on episode 9? 1,000,000% yes. Absolutely, categorically yes. It does. It annoys me a little bit that we're doing that. You know, I think about people that might stumble onto episode 1 and then all of a sudden in episode 9 it all changes. Like, I don't love that. I don't love that. But hey, sometimes you gotta do these things, man. You gotta retcon things. What's nice though, the one like real big saving grace for me in this scenario. Speaking of Grace, is she still on vacation? Grace, what's going on here? The one saving grace is we haven't used a block yet. If we'd already used a block or two in the past and now I'm changing the rules, then it's like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing here? What are you doing? But we've never used one, and that fills me with some level of relief. Puro sounds really bad to do. Wouldn't that be considered a meme grind? So, like, it could be considered a meme grind, but at the same time, so many chunk men have done it already that it's like, you're kind of opening yourself up to that a little bit. You know, if I come out in episode 9 and say, hey, I accidentally unlocked Puro, I'm a dumbass, but it's okay because it's a meme grind, so we're not going to do it. How many people are going to be like, Josh Isn't Gaming did it? Did Josh do it? I don't even remember. Frey did it. Limpword did it. Whatever, right? Maybe allow Puro when you get to one of the level 100 areas. That's what I'm thinking, Aaron. Like, so for example, if I block baby implings, right now, Puro's dead to me. Like, it's useless. I can't do anything in it. It's useless. But if I then rolled all the way down into Feldip Hills and was suddenly able to bird snare from level 1, then I would be able to get to the hunter level required to catch the next impling up, which is what? Earth? Young. So I'd be able to then train to level 22, and then Puro would resurface as a doable thing. And then you might have to block something else to be able to avoid that, or whatever, right? But at least it's not me just being like, I'm not doing Puro. You know? Where are you from, Blue? Can't put my finger on the accent. Just outside Newcastle is like the nearest city. I live in Canada, though. So, I moved around a lot as a kid, and now I've lived in Canada for about 6 years, so my accent has, like, gone through many transitions. So it is hard to put your finger on. I understand that. Josh was the only one who said what should have been said. It's not chunk specific, not doing it. Well, that's the thing. It does fall into that category. It's not chunk specific. But it kind of is, though. It kind of is. I'm not saying Josh is wrong, but on that logic, like, I mean, Puro isn't available everywhere, right? Like, shooting stars, I think, is a better argument for that, or randomly wandering implings is a better argument for that, because shooting stars are everywhere, man. And wandering implings, they're everywhere. But Puro is limited to its spots. I could argue that, oh, well, anvils aren't chunk specific, right? There's anvils all over the game. Like, it's not chunk specific, so smithing isn't a grind because it's not chunk specific. You know what I mean? There's so much complexity. Why did I have to do a OneChunk? God damn it. I could have done, you know, anything. At least region locked is quite simple, right? Region locked doesn't have as many rules. God damn it. I think Blosh? I think Josh blocked stars and Puro. I think that makes sense. I also have stars blocked. I have raking as a primary farming training method. I have that blocked. And I have randomly wandering implings blocked, but I could extend that to all implings. But I like the idea of using a block rather than declaring it as something that I don't want to do. I don't know. At least you aren't doing Tile Man. That is true. That is true. Little late for this one. Still at work. How's everything going? Oh, Ben, you're better off. Honestly, I love you, and I'm so happy to see you. You're better off just turning around and walking away. This is a mess, dude. I'm kidding. Welcome, welcome, welcome. No, I've been live for 2 hours, and for 2 hours straight, we've been discussing the blocking system. And I don't know. We're a little bit further forward than when we first started. It feels good to even just talk about it more than anything, you know, rather than me just sitting there squirreling away in a notepad like, what the hell's going on here? It's nice to talk about it and get your opinions, because you guys really are the ones that matter. I said this in, I forget whose stream I was in today. Oh, Ganked. I was in Ganked stream today, and I was kind of telling him about the scenario. And I was saying, like, look, if I was doing this on my own, would I? Yes, okay, I might give up at some point if it was too hellish, but I would just do it. If I was doing this for me, I would do it. I would literally just do it. But because it's for content and you guys are watching, like, do I really want the next 2 years of my content to just be us in Puro and trying to get 99 smithing and all the rest of it? Do I really want that for my channel and for the streams? Not really. That's not really something I want. Are there going to be boring grinds that you guys have to sit through? Yes, of course. I'm going to have to sit here and mine 17,000 iron ore. I'm going to have to sit at the nature rune chest for about 75 hours getting enough nature runes to superheat all of these. Is that going to be pleasant? No, it's not. But at least, like, there's an end in sight, and in a matter of months we could be rolling a new chunk. With Puro, it's like, oh, hey, new viewer, welcome, good to see you. I hope you're excited about Puro because you're going to be looking at this for 2 years. So, yeah, enjoy. You could get somebody pregnant, have a child, get somebody pregnant again, have another child, get somebody pregnant again, have another child, and I'd still be in Puro. What a bizarre analogy. Why did I use that? But I hope that gives you some perspective. You could birth 3 children, and I would still be in Puro. All right. That's not the analogy I was looking for. But, hey. That's one way to put it. More than happy to jump in a call with you sometime and play devil's advocate sometime. Make a small council of mods to decide the best route. 100%. In fact, I very nearly did that last night when I was in, like, ultimate panic mode. I almost just jumped in the Discord voice channel and just kind of put a thing in general being like, yo. That being said, I do want to do that. If ever you see me in one of the voice channels, don't like look at that and be like, oh, Blue must be like about to have a meeting with someone, or Blue's like, I don't know, doing something that I shouldn't. If I'm actively in a voice channel, jump in, man. I'm there for it. That goes for like anyone and everyone. Like, jump in. I love talking to you guys. It's great. It's great. It's great. I'm not always gonna ping and be like, hey, at everyone, I'm in voice chat right now. Come and say hi. Like, if you just see me there, come say hi, man. Come say hi. Sometimes I want to chill and play the game and chat, but I don't necessarily want to stream. So sometimes I will literally just stream in Discord with me mining iron ore, and you guys can come in and have a chat, you know? It's a bit more personal than me, like, responding to chats. Blue and I have a private channel for our streamy fun time. Oh, steamy fun time. We do. In fact, speaking of which, X, we need to do that soon. That's a good point as well, X. Don't ever feel like you're, like, bothering me or whatever. Don't be like, oh, I really want to play Rocket League tonight, but I don't want to just be spamming Blue to play Rocket League every night. Spam it up, man. Spam it up. I'll join the Discord then? Yes, Relics, please do. I'd love to chat with you, man. I really would. Instantly 100 people join voice chat. Imagine. Got like a decorum going on in there. It's like absolute chaos. in general is wild. Got 100 people talking over each other. I think I can change the settings so that my voice takes priority, which is such a weird setting to have. Where it's like, hey, guys, my voice is way more important than any of you. So whenever I talk, you will all get muffled. I hope that's okay. The gates have opened. You'll receive a ping every time I boot up Rocket League. Mate, I'm so down. I would rather turn... There have been times where I've wanted to message you and be like, Rocket League, but then I'll feel like I'm bothering you. Like, it's like 11 p.m. on a Tuesday night or something. But, no, I'd rather turn you down 50 times and then say it once. Like, say yes once. Yeah, you're never bothering me, man. And that's for anyone. If anyone wants to game, play Rocket League, play Fortnite, play whatever, like, hit me up, man. I'm down for it. I'm a regular human. I'm a regular person. I like to game with the boys and the girls. Could start a Family 5-a-side team before Puro is complete. I would blast Megalovania. Hey, you could do it. You could. You could do that. Do we have a link? The one in the YouTube description expired. Oh, is it really? Well, that is really good to know. Let me write that down. Update YouTube thing. Update disk link in YouTube. Thank you, Relics. Good catch. Yes, there you go. X has put it in for you. Hopefully that is not expired. How do you get a custom link? How do you get a custom link? There's a way, right? But you have to have like 1 million members or something. Will you do Be a stream again soon? I will do a Be a stream again soon. To be honest, should have done one today. I'd probably need it. Probably need it. God, actually, no, that would be a terrible idea. That would be an awful idea. Imagine me like 10 beers deep, getting a little bit frustrated, and I've got like 50 different opinions in the chat about the blocking system, and I'm like, guys, listen to me. I'm not doing Puro, okay? I don't care if you think it's cheesy. I'm not doing it. I'll play Wacky Races soon, I promise. Feel free to join that. Bet, I will. I will. Let's see some Wacky Races gameplay for sure. Oh, 14 boosts. Oh, that's pretty chill. Can I just boost it myself? I don't even know what a boost is, mate, to be honest. I'm so out of the Discord loop, but I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn. I am trying to learn. There are sometimes like where I'll just need something in the Discord, and it could be something really simple. Like today, was it today? Yesterday? I wanted the channel in Discord where I can see and you can see when new people join. It just kind of like puts a little message in there saying, you know, Relics just joined the Discord or whatever. Say hi. And my instant reaction was ping X and be like, X, how do I do this? And then as soon as I sent the message, I was like, I can definitely figure this out myself. So I'm trying to learn. If it comes to like coding bots and stuff, then nah, there's no chance. But yeah, the basics, I can certainly figure it out. Yickety, good to see you, man. Hello. Reading back at your notes, update YouTube thing. What? Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen, Ben. If we're being totally honest, that probably will be the case. That probably will be the case. Guys, I want to say again, I feel like I've broken record every time I say this, and I always feel a little bit cringe. But dude, thank you all so much for being here. It's insane. Obviously, Chunk Roll and Stream was absolutely out of this world, insane. But we're already, even just today, on a Wednesday afternoon, far beyond my sort of typical average. So huge appreciation. And again, as I said earlier, the guys in Discord and the guys in the YouTube comments and in the chat, like all of you theory crafting and suggesting stuff is so like heartwarming. That you're all like invested, man. You're all part of this together. It's not just like, you know, you're watching a TV show. It's like we're all trying to figure this out together, and I appreciate that you guys are trying to help me as well. Massive appreciation. What I do feel sorry for the most, honestly, is Grace. Grace, who I think she's on vacation right now, so she's not here. But she's always putting in so much work, looking at my surrounding chunks, theory crafting, coming up with things that like could speed up grinds, whatever, like what death chunks might be on the horizon that I didn't spot. Like she's always like, she's like my little assistant with that. She goes through everything in such detail, and she'll send me big messages in Discord, like in my DMs, saying like, hey, this is what you need to look out for, blah blah blah, so I can reference it when I'm editing, when I'm doing a chunk roll stream, when I'm like decision making. I don't think she knows, well, she definitely doesn't know about the whole Puro thing yet, so I'm about to hit her with this, like, yeah, there's, you know, all that theory crafting you're doing, there's a lot more to look at. Sorry, Grace. You have to be a Discord partner, which I don't think exists anymore. Ah, okay. Gotcha. I mean, it doesn't really matter, to be fair. I can't imagine people are really using... Nobody's, like, looking for a Discord server by typing in a custom link, right? Like, you just go to someone's Twitch or YouTube or whatever, and or Linktree, and you find the link. You know, nobody's like, discord.com/blue or whatever the thing may be. Blessed Grace is right. I'm pretty good at shouting people out when they're not here. I do that very often. It's the thought that counts, right? The thought that counts. The more I think about it, the more I like that you aren't really blocking Puro. A real hunter training method, and boom, Puro is back on the menu, boys. That's where I'm at, Nantuko. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Blocking it straight up entirely forever feels a little cheap, you know? That feels like a waving the white flag, like, get me out of here. I don't want to do it. Blocking it, but it's still a thing that could arise in the future, feels a bit more like... I don't know. Where's the closest small fishing net? Actually, I don't know, Chunk Spectator. That is a good question. Oh, in fact, I do know. I don't know if it's the closest, but I would have to assume. Probably Witch Haven, right? There's a fishing shop here in Witch Haven, which is only a couple of chunk rolls away. So I think that would be my closest. Unless there's some other one that I'm just forgetting about, but... Yes, I assume where you're going with that is... Red salamanders? Be nice to get that before Puro. Yeah, oh, 100%. 100%. You're going to be big pissed when Puro is still a better training method than the real training method you unlocked. Hunter is painfully slow. Ask AI Cape. No, yeah, you're right. You're right. The thing is, the Hunter is not really the... Ironically, the Hunter isn't really the stressor here. I'm like fully approximately guessing the Puro to 89 would take about 700 hours. That's a wild... It's a guess. That really is a guess. It could be more, could be less. But that, ironically, isn't the hard part. It's the fact that, obviously, the Implings give you so many things that will result in way worse grinds. The smithing is half of that 5,500 hours that I calculated. The smithing alone, 99 smithing alone, would take about 2,500 hours. At least. At least. So, yeah, like I say, it's not the actual hunter part that I'm not worried about. It's all the other grinds that come with it. The other thing I like about this, if you get Hunter XP from quests, Puro is also back on the menu. Yeah, exactly. My crew's doing this smithing grind, but with better iron rocks. If these were, like, somewhat closer to a bank, that would be way better. Or if it was just a mining grind and not a smithing grind, and I could just power mine all of this, that would be better. Although, that said, I've often thought this in the past. If this was just mining, let's say it was 90 to mine a shooting star, right? Like, just hypothetically. But there was no smithing grind. I would probably want to bank it anyway. I would feel really bad dropping, like, 200, 300,000 iron ore, whatever it ends up being. That would feel wrong to me. So I probably would bank it anyway. some nice ores. Yeah, we're getting there, man. We're getting there. I need about 16,500 in total. I think that's what I said. That's what I roughly calculated it as, about 16,500. I think it's going to be about 40 hours of mining. 30 to 40 hours of mining, I think. Dude, my notes, that Word document that I showed you at the start of the stream is actually quite concise and well, like, I don't want to say it's well written, but it's quite concise. My notepad is, it's awful. It's really awful. What else did I have in here? I'm just quickly flicking through my notepad in case there was something important that I wanted to mention. But I think I've kind of gone through everything. Yeah, about 40 hours mining, about 75 hours, probably more, honestly, probably about 80 hours of just getting nature runes. That's the part that's going to suck the most of the 68 smithing grind that we're doing. That's the one that's going to suck the most. About 11 hours to smith it, so that's really not bad. Sorry, to smelt it, and then about 15 hours to smith it. Depends what we smith as well. Like, that's another thing that's up for debate. There's a lot of theory crafting to be done here, and that's why, again, if you're in Discord, theory crafting's the place to be right now anyway. Because, yeah, that's the other question. We're about to smith 17,000 iron bars into... I don't know. I don't know what we're going to smith it into. There are multiple thoughts on that. Brother, may I ask you how you keep the iron grind? Because I've started and early game without tele supplies. It's so freaking hard. I'm lost. Just for plays, I'm sorry if you sent that earlier. I'm so sorry. I've got like 3 chats open right now, and I'm like, I always miss that one. I'm so sorry. It's tough, dude, but I think the thing that keeps you going is knowing that it will get better, right? You just have to set your sights on something that you want from your account and go for it. So if one thing that you want is better teleportation methods, look at like 50-something magic, or pick the teleport that you most want and aim for it, man. Try and get your magic level up, try and get access to runes, and go for it. Or if you want fairy rings, have at it. Go for it. That's your target. That's what you're going for, you know? Just one thing at a time. Just set a goal, aim for it, go for it. What was I saying real quick? Oh, yeah, what am I going to smith with iron bars? So the 3 sort of... Is it 3? I don't know. The things that I'm thinking right now, I guess I can pull up the smithing menu, right? Iron. So daggers, axes, anything like that, pretty much useless. Yeah, okay, I can make an iron axe. Whatever, these are useless. I need some iron spits if we're going to do the cooking grind, but only 14 of them, so you can kind of forget that. Crossbow bolts. No, I'm not going to get a crossbow for a very long time. I don't think it's that useful. Iron dart tips, I can't. I think you need the tourist trap for that. Iron nails, maybe. I was thinking about iron nails for like potential construction stuff later, but that I think almost falls under the category of like, if we end up with a construction grind in the future that requires nails, I might just have to do that and commit to that anyway, so not worried about it. All of this stuff kind of pointless. Iron arrowheads was one of the ones that was debatable for banked fletching XP. Just having some banked fletching XP. Issue with that, feathers. I don't really have any access to feathers, and it might be a little while until I do, so they might just end up sitting in the bank for a very, very long time with basically no use. We'll see. Iron knives, I think, is what I'm leaning towards the most. That is just banked ranged XP that I could use right off the bat. I could get a significant ranged level, probably like 75 ranged, if I made all iron bars into iron knives. That could be quite nice. And then the last option was iron plate bodies, right? Just make iron plate bodies. It will cut down on the smithing time quite a lot. And then I can, you know, sell them or alch them for some amount of money. Not a huge amount. It feels a bit wasteful though, you know, when I could be smithing something that like has genuine purpose. I think iron knives is where I'm looking right now. Shows your notepad, prove you haven't been doodling all stream. Oh, dude, it's not even readable. Look at that. My handwriting doesn't look like that, by the way. That is not my normal handwriting. I will say. Like, what does that even say? It's not good. Which even has feathers. Yeah, it does. It does. The thing, like, it's easy to look at things that are 2 chunks away and be like, oh, I'm very close. But realistically, it could be years before I roll those 2 chunks, you know, if you just get the wrong rolls or whatever. Spoon, hello, good to see you, man. I'm sorry if I missed you come in earlier. I'm sure I probably did. Oh, I'm scrolling up in Twitch chat. Spoon put a message in like a while ago. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. Bad streamer is bad, okay? I don't know how Yari does it, man. That guy, like, he catches every single chat. He's on it. He's on the ball. I don't know. I just can't. So he has been doodling all stream. Yeah, I have. You'd be shocked at how many people ask me for links to unlock spreadsheets. These viewers are ravenous. Yeah, good to see you, buddy. I hope your grinds are treating you well. We're having a bit of a meltdown right now, but it's okay. I'm feeling better about it. I'm feeling better. It's not all bad. It's not all bad. Rune crossbow from Lucky, maybe, though? Listen. Listen. I can one thing I can say with 99.9% certainly, out of everything that we've discussed in the last 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 18 minutes, one thing I can say with 99.9% certainty, why can't I say that, is we won't be doing Puro in this chunk. Will we be doing Puro in the future? Hey, possibly. Almost probably. When that future is. I mean, it could be years, but probably. But we won't be doing it for this set of grinds. There's no way. There's no way. And let's not forget, we could drag back up the debate. If we were looking for an out, like a way to make it less controversial, we could just use the argument that, listen, when you come out of the Puro portal or whatever, the crop circle, you come out in this chunk. You come out here. Like, so then you could just straight up argue that that isn't even accessible, right? You could make that argument. Depends what your thoughts are. That's kind of the, not the problem, it's almost kind of the beauty of OneChunk or chunkers or whatever you want to say. Everyone is going to have their different views, right? Everyone is going to have their different views on what is a task, what is not a task, what is something that should be, what is a meme grind, how do you handle two-way teleports, how do you handle walkable chunks, how do you handle your rule set, how do you there's so much, right? You having fun? I am always having fun, man. I'm always having fun. And listen, that's the thing. No matter what we end up doing, no matter what grind we get stuck in, I will always be having fun. I will always be having fun. And if I wasn't, I wouldn't do it, right? That's kind of the bottom line. If I wasn't, I wouldn't do it. Did you block it? What did you block? Baby imps. So, yeah, as of right now, I haven't, like, firmly blocked anything. But I will be blocking baby imps, I'm pretty sure. Was that poll still running? I still have it open somewhere. Here it is. 51 votes. You guys are so awesome, dude. So the winning thing, I wonder if that, will it show if I send you over there? Yeah. The winning thing was Puro's off limits until quest completion. That's what most of you guys said. And then the second most of you said just turn it off entirely. Feels a bit wrong to have a poll and then just go against the poll. But I think my favorite option is option 3, which is blocking baby implings. These two just feel a bit like I appreciate that the guys who voted for options 1 and 2 here, purple and yellow. I appreciate that you guys probably voted that with my best interest in mind, right? Like, I'm guessing, maybe you didn't, maybe you hate me, but I'm guessing that you did that just to say, listen, don't do Puro, it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck for you, don't do it. I just don't want it to be too easy of an out, you know what I mean? And I worry that that's too easy of an out, to just be like, nah. If I'd mentioned it in episode 1, if from episode 1 I said, hey, by the way, when and if Puro becomes a thing, that won't be a thing, just so you know. Then fair, but I didn't do that. And now it feels like I'm just retconning things mid-series as they happen, you know? It's a bit like the whole Inferno thing. Like, if I roll the Inferno, and then I just, at that point, go, oh, by the way, guys, Inferno doesn't count. Inferno doesn't count. Then it's like, oh, you're saying that now because you just rolled it. That's a bit cheap, no? Yes, the poll was before a lot of the discussion, yeah. If your only way out of Puro would be the telly to the fishing trawler, I think the exit is a valid concern. Yeah. No, 100%. I agree. For me, I could take the stance of, hey, you come out of the portal and I'm not in that chunk, so Puro's not accessible. Sorry. But I don't want to do that. I do want to, like, be sort of true to OneChunk and be like, listen, I can access Puro and I can get out of it. Yes, I'm one tile outside of my chunk when I come out of it. I don't think that really matters. Puro's a thing. We can do Puro. Is it a meme grind? Is it a meme grind? Kind of. But again, I don't know. I don't feel that good about calling it a meme grind and just at this point in the series, after the fact of rolling it, then suddenly saying it's a meme grind and not doing it. So I think I have to use a block in some way just to prevent Puro. The question is just how do we use the blocks? How do we use the blocks? And I think the winning thing right now is the blocks now. If you're tuning in late or whatever, let me kind of catch you back up a touch. Initially, the blocks were designed to block a task of my choice. So the task might be get a smoldering stone. Okay, I don't want to do that. It's going to take hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of hours. I want to block that. Cool, done, happy days. Let's move on with our lives. In reality, that doesn't really work because, for example, with the smithing grind, there are separate tasks. So smith a rune plate body, smith rune plate legs, smith rune chain body, smith rune kite shield. So you can't block a specific task in that scenario because you'd still have to do the other ones. So that's kind of just flawed as a system. So I think what I want to do is utilize the chunk picker's block source. And that's how my blocks or backlog source, sorry. And that's how my blocks will operate. Now, what I'm going to allow as things that can be blocked are NPCs that give you drops and objects. They are the two blockable things. So I could block this anvil over here if I wanted. That would kill the smithing grind. I would no longer have to smith any of those items. Or I can block baby implings. Baby implings are the only implings and only way I can gain Hunter XP at this point without lamps, but lamps are never included in anything. They are optional. So if I block baby implings, Puro as a grind becomes killed as the account stands. Once we unlock another hunter method, let's say we roll down into Felder Hills or whatever, then Puro will be back on the table. That's where I'm at right now. There's still a bit more things to figure out, but that's, I think, kind of the basic of where I'm at. That's the same reason you can't use the castle chest. Yeah, but it's a bit more egregious, you know? It's a bit more egregious. Like, the Puro, I come out one tile to the south. Whereas the castle chest is like, you get yeeted into like a wildly different chunk, you know what I mean? Construction's not allowed because no portal inside your chunks. Castle chest is not allowed because it teleports you outside your chunk. If Puro is allowed despite being the same. I mean, yeah, I guess so. The thing is, regardless of what we decide on that, like I said, I said kind of, I think in the first like minute of the discussion or whatever, like, even if I say, okay, Puro, not going to allow it because you come out in the wrong chunk. It's not two-way travel technically, so I'm not going to allow it. We're still stupid close to another Puro chunk. So we'll have to inevitably cross this bridge when we come to it. We will inevitably have to cross this bridge. Now, maybe that buys us some time. Maybe that buys us some time. You know, if I say, listen, I come out in the wrong chunk, therefore Puro is not a grind that is a thing that I can do right now. Maybe that buys us some time. Maybe we don't roll into Yanil for like a year. And by that point, we'll have better stats and better everything. Maybe. Maybe. Every time this song plays, man, it scares me. God damn, I'm actually going to skip it. That is Pink Floyd. Great song. I just don't want alarms in that year. Justin, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hello. Personally, I think if there's a way in and a way out, go get it done. A block is probably the safest play, I agree. But what if the way out is not in your chunk, though, Spoon? Like, how do you feel about that? Oh, sorry. It's the same question for the construction in a house. Do you need a portal or not if you can telly in and out? They go hand in hand. So I don't love the idea that you would have to telly out of your house and telly into your house. I don't love that. For me, in terms of houses, you need a portal. That's kind of where I'd lie with houses. Not saying that's how it should be, but I'm just saying, like, for me, that's the way I do it. Otherwise, yeah, you're kind of like, then you're like locked behind house teleport runes, and you need some method of teleporting out of your house. Like maybe you build a house portal thing or whatever, like a portal frame. I don't know. I like just the idea that you need a portal. I'm gonna run to the bathroom quick while you guys sort of hypothesize. But yeah, we need to think about that. All right, any hypothesizing me and done over here? One chunk to me is you cannot leave your chunk, except for this time. I did say that in the very last episode. I did say word for word. One chunk to me is you can't leave your chunk. Anything else goes. I believe that was the exact quote. So maybe we do then. Maybe we just say like, hey, listen, you come outside of your chunk. I did record a clip testing that on my main account, actually. I went into that exact portal with the region locker plugin turned on, and I did test it. So I literally have a clip of me testing. And I could, for argument's sake, say, look, you come outside of your chunk. And I think that's a very reasonable thing to say. I don't think that's that cheap. I don't think that's that cheap to say. I don't think that, like... I think if you are a chunker, or if you're a mega fan of chunk accounts, you might have your own opinion on that. But if you're like a casual viewer or someone that doesn't follow the chunk scene that closely, just black and white on paper, that makes sense, right? You come outside of your chunk. You can't go in that chunk. You're not allowed to be in that gray area. You're not allowed to be. That's the whole point of a OneChunk account, is to stay within your chunks. And if you come out of that portal outside of your chunk, then you've broken the rules. So that makes sense. Like I say, problem is, there are other things. And like we could roll this chunk next. We could roll Brimhaven next, and then all of a sudden, this is now, I can go in and out. I could roll Yanil. And again, there's another crop circle in Yanil. So Puro is still there. Maybe we're just delaying it a little bit, and we still have to have this debate further down the line. But maybe that buys us some time. So we're not in absolute despair right now. This chunk is already challenging enough, right? I think if you have a constant way in and out, it's the general extreme rules, so I would do it. But I agree with you. I don't like it mentally, personally, but I'd do it. I just hope you get a portal so you don't have to worry about it. Exactly, Spoon. And to be honest, the other intricacy with portals is I forget the exact level requirements, but Yanil is my closest house. Actually, no, Brimhaven is my closest house portal. Brimhaven and then Yanil is also very, very close. But you need a construction level to move your house to those locations. So without a construction training method, I still wouldn't actually have access to my house without somehow getting my construction to like level 50 or whatever it may be. I would have to go to Rimington. So there's even more intricacy involved in that. Goal. yeah, the goal command. Dude, I don't even know what the goal is right now. The goal is to figure out what the hell we're doing. Yeah, do not use the goal command. Good lord. I did go through and clean up some of the commands the other day, X, as well, by the way. So that's good. I think. There were a few that were outdated, like the stream and schedule one. Stream and schedule is actually going to change a little bit soon enough. It might not, though. It might not. But basically, my schedule at work, like IRL work, is changing slightly. So I may have to make some adjustments. But anyway, that's besides the point. Fishing trawler. Yes, fishing trawler is a viable method. I did the math on fishing trawler, Chunk Spectator, because, again, RD is a thing. And the estate agent is a thing, and 99 construction is a thing. To get, I forget what the exact numbers were. Did I save that somewhere? Oh, I put it in Discord. It's actually, if you go to if you want to see that, if you go to the theory crafting channel in Discord and scroll all the way basically to the top, I think it's one of the first messages in that channel. I did a full breakdown on what 99 construction at the fishing trawler would look like. And let me tell you, it's not pretty. Let me tell you, it's not pretty. I thought you were a YouTuber. I thought so too, man. I thought so too. These bills aren't going to pay himself. Part of me like thinks like, oh man, I should just move back to the UK. Just knock on my parents' door and be like, hey, Mum, Dad, I'm moving back in. I know I'm a 30-year-old man and I should be living my own life, but I'm going to move home. Don't charge me any rent. Cook me food every day, so I don't have to buy food, and I'll just have like no expenses, and I'll just go full-time YouTube. I'm not gonna do that, so yeah. I need a job. I need to work. So basically, you have construction locked behind level 15 fishing. Correct. Correct. No, incorrect. Incorrect. No, you do. Sorry. You don't need level 15 fishing to get construction XP. That's the killer here. That's the killer. You can get construction XP without 15 fishing. I can't gain construction XP right now because you need a player-owned house. But the second I roll into RD Market and I buy a player-owned house, which will be a chunk task, so I have to do it, then all of a sudden 99 construction is a task. Gross. And it's not even the construction part that's the killer. That is a killer and would take thousands of hours. But it's the fact that you need swamp paste, and this general source sells swamp paste, and you need something in the region of, oh man, I'm gonna forget. It's in the Discord. It's like 100 mil or something dumb. It's a stupid amount of GP that you need. And that would also take thousands of hours just to get the GP. Just do more 24-hour streams, right? Yeah, if you guys can bring that same level of hype every single week, I'll do a 24-hour stream every single week, all right? Fund my job, guys. Fund me. Help me go full time. If you guys just all donate $1 every hour, I'll go full time. Obviously, I'm kidding. I do this because it's fun. I know that sounds cliche, and like it almost sounds like, shut up. No, you don't. You do it because you make money. No, not really. Not really. I mean, if you go back to episode 1, you know, when I'm making episode 1, I'm not like, oh, I'm going to upload this and make bank, right? Obviously, you have no viewers, right? You have no viewers. So you're obviously not making any money. So I am purely just doing it because I enjoy it. And the creative process is fun. It also gives purpose to playing the account, right? Like I'm invested in this OneChunk account more or less because of the content and having you guys here and discussing all this stuff together. Like that's what makes it fun. Any income that comes from it is really it's just nice. It's gravy. Do I want to go full time? That's the dream, man. That's the dream. I'm not sitting here like, no, this is just a side hobby. No, that is the dream, the goal, the ambition, 100%, and I will push for that. But primary motive is this is great bloody fun, man. This is great bloody fun, and I'd suggest it to anybody. I'm off to Newcastle with my wife next weekend. Is there anywhere you recommend? Oh yes, Newcastle. Oh man, great city. Honestly, great city. I don't know what your like purpose there is, but if you have like an evening available, go out and have some drinks. I don't know if you go out and drink normally. I don't know if you're a drinky type of person. You don't have to drink, I guess, but everything's more fun with a drink, right? The nightlife in Newcastle is some of the best. I would say some of the best in the world. I really would. I'd go that far. It's really good. If you're looking for a really cool cocktail bar, the Botanist is awesome. It's like this rooftop, like top floor thing with like a big glass dome ceiling and this like real tree that's growing through the middle of the bar. Awesome. Where else can you go? The Big Market is where you'll find like your sort of cheaper drinky bars, and like you'll have a lot. There's a lot of atmosphere down there. You can go check out St. James's Park, which is the football stadium. It's right in the city center, so you can definitely go and see that. The Eldon Square is like a mall, like a shopping center. That's pretty nice. There's a lot, man. There's a lot to see and do, for sure. Streamed for a while playing a different game on Twitch, and it was a load of fun, but making videos is a lot of work, so props to you. No, the video making part is certainly the most intense part. I mean, it takes me about half an hour to set up the stream. Now that I've got everything kind of set up the way I want it, it takes me about half an hour to physically get ready for every stream, and then I just go live and play the game and chat to you guys, and it's really fun. Making content is a lot more work. A lot more work. Bailey is he's reached his active portion of the stream. Gotta chill, bro. Leave the Puro as the last task. Once you enter Puro, you don't leave, or only leave either fishing game, mini game, or whatever other teleports you have unlocked, so you don't leave your chunks. Exactly, right? So I can't even use the fishing trawler teleport right now because I don't have 15 fishing, which is a killer. Like, trying to run back to this bank, it's so inconveniently located. Whenever I'm doing something in Ardy and I need to bank, it's such a pain in the ass. But no, I can't actually use that teleport. So as it stands, my only way out of Puro is to leave my chunk. And I'm quite happy. I'm going to write it down. I'm quite happy to say the Puro for the purpose of the chunks that I have unlocked right now is not accessible because I come outside of my chunk. That's what I'm gonna say. So let's write that down. Puro not required because exit outside of chunk. I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable. Is it in the extreme rule set that it should just be allowed? Maybe. Is it gonna upset some people? Maybe, but I think within reason, then it shouldn't be allowed. Thank you, X, for kind of pushing me down that road, because I was not going to do that at first, but I think you are right, and I literally said it word for word in the last episode that to me, OneChunk is you can't leave your chunks, your active chunks. Outside of that, everything goes. So I think that's very reasonable. Puro could literally be a thing again in the very next chunk roll, and we will be sort of back here, but at least we've kind of thought about all of the different options, the blocking system and everything else. So I don't know. I think that makes sense. If there's anyone who absolutely disagrees with that line of thinking, let me know. I'm not saying I'm going to listen to you, but but no, again, the whole point of this stream, this Title says you need help. What's up, Blue? Oh, I'll let you. In fact, kind of what I'm saying. The whole point of this stream is to get your guys' opinion on all of the different intricacies that come about. So casual tryhard, spoiler warning if you like to watch the episodes. This is your sort of brief spoiler warning. Obviously, this is going to reveal a fairly major thing that happened and what we're currently fumbling around trying to think about. I accidentally lamped to 1700. That immediately unlocks Puro. There is a Puro spawn, crop circle, whatever, right here in my chunk. Thing is, when you can go into it from this chunk, but then when you come out at the other side, like when you exit Puro, it puts you right here, just outside of my chunk. It puts me into this chunk, basically. So I think the argument that we're saying is it shouldn't be allowed then because you come out in the wrong chunk, right? What task are we in right now? So right now I'm just working on the smithing grind that we were given when we rolled the Artie Castle chunk. 68 smithing is required to myth a smithral plate body. The smith a mithril plate body. That's what we're working on. I need about 16,500 iron ore. I have about 5,500 right now, so about 11,000 iron ore left to mine. It's going to take, I don't know, about 40 hours. I would say. Thanks for the warning. I'm big chillin' though. Perfect. Yeah, no, I would hate to spoil it. I'm always worried about, like, I'm in the OneChunk clan now as well, and I always want to ask questions in here, like, hey, what should I do? How does this work? What's your guys' opinion? But I'm aware that a lot of these people are watchers and viewers of OneChunk, and I don't want to just come out and be like, hey, you know, here's a spoiler for my episode. You know, not that I'm like settled or anything, and it's like, oh, damn it, you spoiled nightmare mode for me now, you know, but still. Sorry, what I've definitely missed some stuff here. I absolutely disagree with that line of thinking. All right, well, since Yickety disagrees, that probably means it's the correct call then, because we don't trust Yickety. I think it's probably partially the reason why long-term full-time YouTubers sometimes shift over to streaming. Yeah, I think that probably is fair. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely another income source, but it's also like so much fun. It's so much fun. Like, if I only made YouTube videos, and I have full respect for people that do only make YouTube videos. I'm not saying like they're losers because they don't stream or whatever. I think I would lose my mind pretty quickly if I only made YouTube content. I mean, playing this account is really fun, but when you have like a 200-hour grind and you have zero interaction, yeah, you can hop on a Discord call with people or whatever and kind of make your time go by a little bit better, or watch a TV show on the side or something, sure. But like streaming, I mean, we've been live for what? Almost 3 hours now. It feels like it's been about 20 minutes, guys. Like, honestly. Okay, I haven't made that much progress because we've been chatting, but usually 3 or 4 or 5 hours worth of progress goes by in the blink of an eye, and it's awesome. Love it. Dog? Oh, did Dog make an appearance? I don't know. He keeps jumping up at the back wall. That's like one of his latest things, and I'm like, bro, you gotta not do that. You gotta not do that. I think spoiling your own content's fair game. We got spoilers in the clan just from announcements already. No, that's true, and like obviously I'm well within my own jurisdiction to spoil my own content, but I don't know. I just don't want someone to like. Sometimes there are people, right, who aren't stream watchers. I know a lot of you guys are. There's so many of you are familiar names, and it's amazing. So I'm not really that worried about spoiling it for you guys, because the regular stream watchers are probably less YouTube watchers. I know you guys watch the videos as well, but like you guys are always up to date, chatting in the Discord, involved in the decision making. So it's less spoiler for you. You're gonna see us doing this stuff anyway, but sometimes there are people that will just like load up YouTube and then they'll see Blue live stream and they're like, oh, I didn't even know Blue live stream. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna watch that. And then they click on the stream and all of a sudden I'm talking about Puro and 17 Hunter and they're like, oh, I just spoiled it for myself, you know? So I like to have a little bit of a warning if I can, but it's hard to avoid. He wants to say hi to Jad. Oh, is Jad still up there? Jad is still up there. Well remembered. Jad is still up there. Stream sponsored by Creator Crafted, by the way. It's not on the screen anymore, but exclamation mark Creator Crafted if you're interested. That's the one thing with this like classic mode now, X, is like there's not really any space for like tasks and things like that, which I don't mind. I quite like having like a reasonably clean looking stream anyway. I also need a better location for my face cam because I don't love that it's just kind of like awkwardly slopped in the middle. Although I did go through Twitch last night. I literally went through the Twitch old school RuneScape category and just scrolled through trying to get inspiration of like, oh, where do other people put their face cam? And it feels like this is pretty standard. Like it's just slopped up there in the corner somewhere. God King Ace, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate you. My issue with your assessment of the exit means you don't have to do it. If it was an amazing strat that saved you like 200 hours, you would do the teleport strat to do it. If the chunk picker says do it, I say you do it. Again, you have blocks, use them. No, that's a really good point as well. Like, if the shoe was on the other foot and it wasn't a death grind, and it was really beneficial to the account, would we be, well, firstly, would we make that exception? Would we be saying, ah, yeah, but you can enter the chunk, you can enter the crop circle, so it's fine, right? It's really beneficial to the account, so we should do it. And also, yeah, would we be trying to find some sort of teleport out? Would I even go as far as get, like, using Bob randoms to get 15 fishing, accepting the fact that fishing trawler would become a task, and then I can mini-game teleport out of there? It's a good point. I've got the mask if you want the face cam in the minimap at least. Like I do. I find it slightly cleaner at least. So I had this actually. Oh god, this is not going to go well for me. Image. I literally spent about an hour making this last night, Spoon. And I gave up on it. Well, I didn't give up on it. I did make it. And I was looking at it for a long time and I was like, I don't know if I like it. So I ended up removing it, hence why there's nothing right now. But I did make this. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. Where is it? Come on, man. I got so many folders. Here we go. Oh, and now I've got to, oh my God. Now I've got to like change that. It's not going to work very well because I need to adjust the camera. Hold up. Oh, actually, I can do it quite simply, I think. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was going for initially. that was what I was going for. I spent a long time making that, and then I was looking at it for a while, and I was like, I don't know if I love it. I don't know if I love it, honestly. We're trying to get the coloring right over here by like so that this all looked like it was somewhat seamless. Man, it took forever. It's still not perfect, but yeah. You know, fancy. I like it. I don't mind it either. The only thing is, like, if I log out, it's a bit bizarre. Now I'm just in this weird, like, Colosseum type thing. Like, what? It makes less sense like this. I like that way more than you had. I would let chat decide. I think I've given chat enough power today. Never log out. That's fair. That's fair. Kind of like it. All right, bet. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. See. Sorry again if I'm missing people. I feel like I'm doing a really bad job today, worse than usual, and I apologize. Because all of your chats are valuable to me. Maybe not all of them. Maybe not all of them. Maybe not even most of them, actually. I take it back. They're completely useless, actually. Occasionally one chat will come through where I'm like, oh, that's a really good point. But that's very rare. I'm kidding. I love you all. I'm kidding. Is there anything else we need to discuss? I mean, I know we haven't come up with anything firm there. But I think that was a really good, like, discussion. And I'm still going to be streaming for a little bit as well, so we can continue the discussion if we choose to do so. But I just don't want to, like, bore you guys with 5 hours of blocked discussion. Streamers being a bully? I would never. I would never. And I kept it vague enough to let every single individual person think, oh, maybe I'm the useful one that he's talking about, right? And if I just don't confirm or deny whoever it was, then we're all good. Have we discussed when you're giving me a staff of air? Would love that soon. I would love to give you one. I don't have one, though. I don't have one. I've got a staff of fire if that helps you out with all spoon. Made the Puro plan yet? Not really, but kind of. There are 2 options that I have right now that I think will work. There are 2 options that I think will work, and we can discuss. What are your thoughts on a free chunk roll on a pet drop? Yeah, we were discussing that actually at some point. That came up a little while ago. Gotta get a pet first before that becomes valid. But no, we were discussing not necessarily a free chunk roll. That was one of the suggestions thrown out, but some kind of like beneficial thing that I would get if I get a pet, right? It would have to be a skilling pet though, because bossing pets are required. Bossing pets are required. So it would have to be skilling pets. I'm here for the blue twisted bow giveaway. Did you settle the blocking? Not quite. Not quite. But I think we're getting close. I think I have a lot of pieces now that I didn't have before the stream. And I can kind of try and put those pieces together. Tonight, I'll have a real good think about it, but I'm definitely not the helpful one. Good to see you, Drunkish. Hope you're doing well, man. I always feel awkward saying hello to people this late into a stream when I've been rambling and not very attentive on chat the entire time. Because I'm like, what if Drunkish was here the entire time and I just didn't notice? And I'm saying hello to him now and he's like, Blue, I've been here for 3 hours. I guess I could ask again, will you be doing a clue grind? No, I don't know. I don't know. I was going to. I was going to try and brute force a medium clue. We'll see. We'll see. I want to get some headway done here with the with some of these tasks. And if I think that a clue grind would be worth the time, then maybe I will. Then maybe I will. Use your resources at Creator Crafted to get me a quiver. But like a real quiver or a, like when I say real, I mean an in-game, which I guess is the opposite of real. But an in-game quiver or a sweet-ass, kick-ass LED sign quiver? That's the real question. Exclamation mark Creator Crafted. Man, I'm in so many Discords that I just constantly get pings all the time. I need to fiddle with my settings, I think. I don't really mind pings, though. Pings are fine. A sign, but let's be real, in-game would be great, too. It's true. It's true. In-game would be great, too. That's kind of the ironic part about why I got the T-bow, or why I selected the T-bow. Hey, Ruby's nice. Because I will essentially never own a T-bow on any account ever. I'm almost certain of it. Like, there's no way. My OneChunk account is extraordinarily unlikely to ever get to Chambers, and even if it does, the odds of me being able to get a T-bow are slim. AI Cape is almost certainly never going to go to Chambers, and my main is never going to have enough money to get a T-bow, so... This is as good as it gets for me, I'm afraid, guys. Unless anyone has a spare T-bow just laying around, you know what I mean? Like, if Oda Block just happens to roll by and it's like, hey, I don't use this T-bow, then I'm down. Speaking of Block... Issue with LED signs of the wiring, such a pain to hide them. Yeah, I did a really poor job. A really poor job. I thought I was a genius. It doesn't look like it. I basically put masking tape over the wire and then painted over the masking tape. But what I did was if that's the wire, I don't have anything like soft and floppy around here to show you. If that's the wire, I like really pushed the masking tape onto it tight so that it still like sticks out. What I should have done is like gently kind of place the masking tape over the top so that it was more like a flat. Anyway, that was my bad. What did I'm going to assume I said something sus. I don't know. Klosh, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Either awards an extra block or completes whatever grind associated with that skill. Yeah, extra blocks were things that people were talking about as well, yeah. Or just completing the grind. That could be cool. That could be cool. Could you imagine, though, if it was like... I was on the smithing grind and I just needed to get, like... I'd been mining for 100 hours and in the last, like, 30 minutes of mining, I get the pet and I'm like... God damn it. I'm restraining myself. It's really hard, but you're not. What? I don't have anything soft to flop. Okay. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Strokes pen. All right, all right. I don't know how I do this to myself, man. I swear, like, in real life conversation, that wouldn't happen. But all of a sudden, Twitch and YouTube chat, mainly Twitch chat. YouTube are being quite well behaved. But Twitch chat are like, oh, he said funny thing. You guys. Twitch chat are the degens. It's true. It's true. I've often said this before. Like, Kick is like the hood, you know? Like, you don't want to be in the hood. Like... It's real sketchy. Like, it's not your hood. It's like you've stumbled into the wrong hood. That's Kick. Twitch is like just like it's like you're walking through the city at night, you know? Like, you're probably fine, but yeah, I don't know, keep your eyes peeled kind of thing, you know what I mean? And then YouTube is like the suburbs, you know? It's like a what's it called? HOA or whatever it's called. Like a, what's that thing called? You know, when like a little neighborhood will have like a club or whatever where they're like, oh, you can't have this fence up, it doesn't fit with our aesthetics, you know? That's yeah, homeowners association. That's YouTube. So you've got the hood, you've got walking through a city at night, and you've got the suburbs. They're my 3 different chats. Twitch is king. I don't have favorites. I don't have favorites. I have least favorites, if that helps. I'm on the money. I think so. I think so. Looking at you, YouTube. I am favorite. Gabriel, you are favorite. I'll say it right here, right now. You are favorite. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Is Frey not streaming today? Is Frey not streaming today? You can't be. Otherwise, I wouldn't have you here. I wouldn't have you. I'd have to have words with Frey and be like, listen, I know Gabriel was in your chat before he ever found me, but listen, I'll trade you Yickety for Gabriel, okay? I think that's a fair deal. Frey, you can have Yickety. I take Gabriel. That seems like a play. I think that sounds like a play. So how about if pet, you can re-roll a future chunk? Imagine being able to skip a death chunk because you got lucky on a pet. Now this would not block the chunk, so theoretically you could roll the same. Yeah, no, that is true. Like if I got the mining pet right now, imagine. Could you imagine? That would I'd be at the top of Reddit for weeks. That would have been sick. Maybe I'll just do that for every single iron ore, and then eventually it'll look real. Yeah, no, if I got the mining pet right now, then I have like a re-roll in the bank or something. That is true. I don't know. It's such a weird one because the blocking system is there to make the series easier, but it's not. I don't want to make it easier. I want to make it easier. I don't want to make it easy. And again, I'm pretty sure I said that literally in episode 1, maybe episode 2. I can't remember. But I think word for word, I said something along the lines of word for word, something along the lines of. I think I said word for word. The blocking system is there to make the series easier. It's not there to make the series easy. I think that's kind of how I said it. And that remains the same. I don't want to make it easy. I do not want to make it easy. I want to make it achievable, not a cakewalk. Exactly. I mean, the whole initial purpose, right, was I watch a lot of chunk accounts. And I and the viewers enjoy it, I think, the most when the content creator or streamer or whatever is rolling a new chunk, right? That's what people love to see. Less people are interested in... Sorry, that was really loud and sharp. Sorry, that probably blew out. Less people are interested, I think, in watching someone mine iron rocks for hundreds, thousands of hours, right? Less people are interested in that. So the chunk rolls are really the moments, the hype moments. And I wanted to encourage chunk rolls as much as possible. I wanted chunk rolls to be more frequent. But they can't be super frequent, otherwise they lose the allure, right? If you're chunk rolling every day, then it's like, well, I'm not really that interested anymore. The whole reason you watch a chunk roll is because you want to see what absolute death grind or major upgrade the person gets. So you got to find a balance. And I think right now we have a decent balance. Like, yeah, we haven't used a block yet, so it's hard to say. But the fact that we have done 200 hours trying to get the curved bone, we have sort of gotten over the hurdle of a massive thieving grind. We are working on a massive smithing grind. We have a massive crafting grind. I think that's right. I think we're doing it well. I think this is everything that I wanted it to be. So that's why I have to be careful when I'm changing this blocking system. I don't want to make it too easy. Ask Frey if you can get me from him. The online. He's online. He's online. I can trade him. Is he not live though? Is he just hanging out? I thought he streamed Monday to Friday, like during work hours. Oh, I guess it's not. Time zones, Blue. Time zones exist. My bad. Maybe he streamed earlier. Part of me the other day, you know, I barely even want to say this out loud because some of you will be like, yeah, do it. There was like part of me the other day, before the whole 1700 fiasco, where I was like, what if I just scrap the block system? What if I just am a normal extreme Ironman? But that's a really bad idea. It's a really bad idea because I'm going to get stuck in mega grinds. I have a job, and that... A dog just lowered the height of my chair. I have a job. I can't commit like 14 hours a day. I would get stuck on some absolute crazy stuff. The length between videos would be way too long, whatever. But I think the biggest part is like, there are genuinely people who found the blocking system to be unique. right? There are people who thought that. And that's why I came up with it, because I knew that OneChunk was a well-trodden path, and the block system was just a new-ish idea. Mate. Oh. Where's he from? Forget it. Nut. Absolute nut. He lays under my chair on my right hand side, and he'll like it when he stands up, his back hits the like lever on my chair or whatever, and then all of a sudden I just zoop. Annoying. I like the block system. I just think it's hard to implement without upsetting someone somewhere. And listen, Jinx, I want to hit that on the head right away, because you're absolutely right. You are going to upset someone somewhere along the line, right? Listen, I'm no mega YouTuber, right? But the last episode of the OneChunk account, which went out last Saturday, ! new vid if you haven't seen it, but I'm sure you have. That's sitting at about, what, 20,000 views? Something like that? It is physically impossible to please 20,000 people. Not to please them, but it's physically impossible to have those 20,000 people completely align with everything I'm saying. You're never gonna... If I ran a poll at the end of that episode and said, do you concur with everything that occurred in this video? Are you 100% satisfied with the outcome of this video? You are not gonna get 100% of 20,000 people saying, yes, perfect, you're doing the exact right thing, right? You just can't. You just can't. And I'm not saying that the people that say no are wrong, because they're not. Everyone has their own opinions, and that's what makes life so wonderful, right? Everyone has their own opinions. We all work together. We come up with things, but everyone's gonna have their own ideas and their own opinions. It's inevitable, right? So for me, really, when I'm trying to come up with this blocking system, I'm not trying to do it, and I'm scribbling these notes, and I'm asking you questions, and I'm asking for help. This isn't in an attempt to come up with the perfect solution that pleases everyone, because you can't do that. That isn't possible. So what I'm just generally trying to do is come up with a consensus. What's going to work for the viewers, and not lose a lot of that like OneChunk feel, because I don't want to kill that. I don't want to make it so easy that it barely even feels like OneChunk anymore. But also what's going to work for me. What's going to be right for me as a player and as a content creator? Do I want to be stuck in Puro for 2.5 years? No. Do the viewers want me to be stuck in Puro for 2.5 years? I would assume not. There might be a few that do, but I would assume probably not, especially if I was the first chunk account ever, as Chunk Puro talks in the chat. If I was the first chunk account ever to somehow hit Puro, then okay, cool, this is uncharted territory. It's gonna suck, but hey, it's uncharted territory, let's do it. But it's been done, man. We've been there, we've seen it. So I don't know. Seems over simple, but I feel like that is the core of it. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I like your suggestion. I do like the suggestion. I'll read it, because I guess that makes more sense for everybody. I have one block. I will use it to stop something that would ruin my fun or watchability. I will gain one when something extremely lucky or skillful happens. That's what they're saying. And yeah, I think that makes sense as well. I mean, the more I talk about it, the more I keep like changing my mind. But I think I'm still of the opinion of what we were saying earlier is probably the best way to go. And there are still some minor tweaks to be made within even that. But again, what I'm going to do after the stream today and tonight and probably over the next few days, honestly, is pull up a Google Doc or whatever and write out a well-written, well-put-together rule set on, well, firstly, my account's rules in terms of just all the OneChunky stuff that we already know. So farming, raking isn't going to be considered. Shooting stars isn't going to be considered. Other than that, it's pretty simple. Just extreme OneChunk rule set. But then I'm going to have a full written explanation of the blocking system with examples of things that might occur, examples of combinations of chunks that might result in various things, whatever. I'm going to go through and write it out fully. Once I've done that, I'll probably throw it to Discord, and whoever wants to can check it out and give me some feedback. And once we come to a bit of a consensus that, like, yes, that Google Doc that you've written, I think that makes sense, we're happy with it for the most part, then I will commit that to a script which will make it into the video. That's where I'm at right now. Gotta run, do some editing, enjoy the mining, maybe see you there someday. Absolutely, Spoon. Thanks for swinging by, dude. I appreciate it, man. If you guys are looking for more chunk content and streams to watch and stuff, check out Spoon. He's honestly, like, chill, super chill, dude. Super good. Currently in Varlamore, so if you want to see something a bit brighter and new content, that's why you need to be. So go check him out. He's a great guy. I think best bet is just to be loose, do what's fun and makes a good series. Yeah, being loose is definitely helpful. That's one of the things. When you start setting up rules by definition are strict. Right? That's what a rule is. It's strict. So the second you're in a game such as RuneScape, in a series as complicated as OneChunk, and you have external rules, you are you're on eggshells a little bit, because there are going to be complications. There are going to be complications. It's definitely new ground that it's worth working the tweaks out on. Yeah, 100%. What did Frey say? Oh, I didn't say anything to Frey. What do you want me to say to Frey? I always feel so awkward talking in this chat. I was laughing with Yari about this yesterday. It's a very full clan with a lot of very, very dedicated people. Content creators and non-content creators all in here. You'll probably recognize some names as they come around from time to time. And they have this, like, ranking system where the color of your gem dictates how long you've been in the clan. I'm still just a regular old smiley face because I'm still in, like, the waiting pool or whatever to get actually officially into the clan. And the smiley faces, or the newbies, or whatever you want to call them, they get roasted, man. They get roasted. So I always feel awkward just saying stuff in the clan chat, because I'm like, oh god, smiley face is asking a dumb question. Kane, good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Thanks for swinging on in. Use the fishing trawler telly every 30 minutes, save some run energy. I can't. I need 15 fishing. I wish I could. Never say anything in the clan chat. Pretty much. I'm pretty much just never saying anything. I'm always so awkward. About it. I don't know why. I'm not like that much of a socially anxious person, but there's something about being in a clan chat. Maybe it's the fact that there's like other content creators and stuff in there, and I feel like the new kid on the block kind of thing, you know? I feel like a new kid in school, like in this clan for sure. I also really miss being in the Blue OSRS clan chat. I really do. I mean, it still exists. I'm still gonna be popping in. Unfortunately, because I'm a guest in this clan, I can't. But once I'm like actually a member, I'll go over into this thing, and then I can guest into Blue OSRS. That's what I'm trying to do, but I can't until I get officially added to the clan, which sucks. But AI Cape is still in there, and I miss you guys, man. I miss you guys. Weird being over here. Out here with the cool kids. But if you're curious, by the way, why did I come into this clan rather than just sticking with the Blue clan chat? Really, I just think it's only beneficial. One thing that I've made a real push for in the last couple of weeks is to hang out with other chunkers and content creators. Be a part of the community a bit, you know? Sometimes I feel not left out. That makes it sound like I'm sad because no one includes me type thing. That's not it at all. I just feel out of the loop a lot of the time, you know? There are so many chunkers that I don't recognize the name of, or I don't know what grinds people are doing, or whatever the situation is. But it's been really nice lately to be jumping into people's streams, hanging out, talking in the chat here, in the clan chat, and just like being more integrated in the community. It feels nice. Like, again, not for like a personal benefit reason, but as a like, it's nice to feel part of a community, you know? It's nice. That's why clan chats exist. That's why live streams exist. That's why Discord exists, because you want to feel part of a community. And it's nice to be like, hey, I'm hanging out with the chunkers out here. Speaking of Yari, there he is. Great community. It is a great community, man. It is. And I see the same people all the time. Daryl being one of them. Daryl in Twitch chat here. I'll jump into Yari's chat. I'll see Daryl. I'll jump into Spoon's chat. I'll see Daryl. I'll jump into Agile Tom's Twitch. I'll see Daryl. Like, he's everywhere, man. And it's so cool. We all share a lot of the same community. So I should be a part of it, right? As a famous Canadian once said, why you gotta make things so complicated? Well, yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. By now, you've been pushed to the other big chunkers' algorithms. They know who you are, or at least have heard of you. X. How do I get this up? You bring up a valid point, X, and this is my rant. You're hearing it right now live. I wasn't going to mention this, but you've summoned this. In fact, I need pause on the music. I need pause. Need pause on the music. Stop. Hannibal. OSRS Hannibal. What's going on here? What's going on? Hannibal, OSRS Hannibal, the supreme OneChunk beaverless man, if you I'm sure will have heard of, goes live yesterday and does a tier list ranking all of the content creating chunk accounts. He ranks them, and in the tier list thing that you've seen, like that tier list website has all the chunkers laid out there, and he's going through and he's gassing people up and he's giving out little tips and little supports and comments. And you know, Josh is S tier because of course Josh is unreal. Frey is in S tier. Hey, cool. What a great idea. What a great idea. Where did Blue get ranked, guys? Where do we think Blue got ranked in this? Where did Blue get ranked in this tier list? Where do you think? From S down to F. Where do we think Blue got placed? Huh? He wasn't on the list. He didn't even make it. Spoon was there. Ganked was there. What? No Blue. No Blue. Nothing. Didn't exist. Not even on the list. And then people, so I'm in the chat kind of talking, and I didn't want to be weird and be like, hey, why am I not on the list? Obviously. So I'm just like talking in the chat as a normal chatter would. And he's reading out my comments, and Nantuko was there. Nantuko was in the chat. And Nantuko even said, like, hey, what about Blue? What about where does Blue fall in this list? And Hannibal's like, okay, you know what? We're going to do some honorable mentions in the end, because there's definitely people that I've missed off this list. So we'll do honorable mentions at the end. And I'm like, all right, fine. You know what? I'll be an honorable mention. I don't mind it. I'll be an honorable mention. Maybe he just forgot, right? That's fair. That's fair. There were multiple people that he said he forgot. It's all good. It's all good. So we finish the tier list. He goes to honorable mentions. Oh, yeah, this guy, this one. Yeah, oh, forgot to mention this one. Also really good. Yeah, really good. Didn't even make it into honorable mentions. I'm not even honorable enough for an honorable mention. Outrageous. Actually, outrageous behavior. Outrageous behavior. You wait till I do my tier list, Hannibal. You wait till the Blue OSRS tier list comes out, because my God. It's graceful. I hope you never get the beaver, Hannibal. I hope you never get that beaver. You don't deserve it. I'm kidding. Hannibal, you're a great guy. I was actually in a super secret category. It was S+, but it was like just off screen. You couldn't actually see it, but it was there. I was in S+. So it's fine. I'm not upset. This is how you do content creation, right? You start beef with someone. You have to start some drama and some beef, And then you do like boxing. Me and Hannibal have to box like in person in Vegas, right? That's how this works. And then we, you know, retire and we just start a podcast. And then we create a hydration beverage. That's how you do content creation. That's what I was told. So that's what we're going for. Hannibal, let me know when you're down for the boxing match. And then we can start working on some energy drink together. We got this. Only found your channel a few weeks ago and just binged. I love the premise on your videos. Hey, I appreciate it, Deathstrike. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Can you box in the reception of JagX HQ? Imagine that. You've just got Mod Ash. Like, Mod Ash is like the ring girl with the like, you know, round one. I think we could set that up. RuneFest 2026, guys. The big content creator boxing match that no one expected. I heard Hannibal's a vegetarian, so he can't have beef. Oh, well, I didn't know that. Well, there you go. I take everything back. How many ore are we at now? Almost 6k. Okay. Dishonorable unmentioned. I was upset. I'm kidding, obviously. I should point out. To be honest, when anyone recognizes me, it always freaks me out, man. It's such a weird thing. It's such a weird concept to me. Like, sometimes people will run past me in game and be like, oh wait, I've seen your videos, and I'm like, what? It's crazy to me. YouTube algorithm doing you dirty. Didn't find your chunk account until after I found your AI Cape series. Hey, there you go. That's an interesting one. Even in this chat, like this chunk chat, like the first time I joined, there were like 10 people that were like, oh, Blue's here. And I was like, I feel awkward. Maybe I am socially awkward, you know? You wouldn't think it, maybe, but maybe I am. Yeah, exactly. The clan chat recognized me. Yeah. No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. Don't get me wrong. It's like 90% of me feels awkward, but there's like 10% of me that's like, that's pretty cool. little ego check right there. I like I hate seeing half the health indicators. Oh, is that message from like forever ago, Deathstrike? Because I assume you're referencing the face cams around, but we spoke about that about an hour ago. Blue's here? I don't see him, Shoop. I don't see him. Did I miss anyone else? This view shows off the wire even more. Hey, Lewis, I know. It's bad, all right? It's bad. I'll fix it. Don't worry. What I should have done, realistically, is just have it lower. I should have had it more like just in the bottom corner rather than the top corner, and then that would have been like way less obvious, but just don't look at it. It's fine. Oh, you're catching X up. I got you. Oh, sorry. I see. Yeah. Not to change the topic, but did you recently change the camera overlay? I swear I could see the edge of your run energy and stuff earlier, and now you got pillars. Yeah, no, I was kind of saying earlier, X, when I changed it to classic mode, I realized that the face cam, there wasn't really a good spot for it. I was going to go wide face cam, like normal, like 16:9 type thing, because that fits almost perfectly. I just didn't like it. It's so much weird waste. There's nothing over here. It's wasted space. You can see like the corner of the room and the light switch and stuff. It's just kind of odd. You can see the light switch anyway. I take that back. But yeah, so I was like, oh, I'll make like an overlay type thing to go here, and I couldn't think of anything. And then I was like, oh, what if I had made like a RuneScape themed one where it looked kind of natural with the inventory and stuff? And I spent like an hour or two making it, and then I started using it, and I didn't like it. So I went live without it, and then I showed you guys, and some people were like, it's pretty cool, and now here it is. There you go. You're all caught up. Sophie, good to see you. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Don't ignore your mate, Tower of Blue. I will ignore you, mate. I will. Despite having sat here for hours watching the TV exclusively, I literally spoke about this for about 5 minutes straight. There was like a 5 minutes discussion about the surround. I don't know what happened there, Rex. I don't know. Maybe you had a stroke or something. Maybe you need to get that checked. I'm gonna go fill up my water real quick, so I'll be right back. In fact, let's get over to the mine first. If that doesn't even make sense, I'll be right back. Water required. We're good. We're good. All right. Back to the mines. What about making this around in brick style? That's showing... Wait, sorry. Let me try that again. What about making the surrounding, the brick style, that's showing next to the pillar? It should blend in better. That's true, actually. Maybe that would be better. I think initially I was going for the pillars because it felt more like a frame. But you might, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that would be better. Maybe I should add the, you know, like in the login screen when they have like those two braziers, like the flames. Or maybe I'll just add one of those in real life. I'll get a real life massive brazier behind me that's just like constantly burning. This enormous bonfire behind me. That seems like a really good idea. I'll do that. For about 5 minutes, you went and made a 3D model. It's about the only time that could have taken place. That's totally fair. My dad actually he sent me, I was on FaceTime with him the other day, and I was telling him about he knows about the 3D print and stuff. He's seen like the mouse pad, and I was, you know, we were talking about that. And he was like, oh, you should get a large head, like a head-sized head, 3D printed of Tower of Blue, and that you can like put your headphones on. So, because like right now I just throw my headphones on the desk, like when I'm going to bed or whatever. It's like, yeah, so like you could put the headphones on the giant Tower of Blue head. A bust of blue, essentially a bust of blue. Just get tiki torches. That's true. That seems a little more safe. I'm still not gonna do that. It gets hot enough in here as it is, man. Like lights and 3 monitors and a PC and a dog sat by my legs, and it gets real hot. And I'm in a sweater, which obviously doesn't help, but I got a fan. Lava lamps. That would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. How big can you make a lava lamp? People always do like the world's biggest pizza and the world's biggest whatever. Has anyone done a world's biggest lava lamp? Like, what's the physics on that? Is there like a point where physics steps in and says, okay, a lava lamp can't actually be this big? But could you make a lava lamp that was like full-size back wall here? Just a giant blue lava lamp that was constantly like bloop, bloop, bloop. That'd be sick. And wear it like Deadmau5. A funny story about that, actually. Well, it's not really a funny story, I guess, but a story. A story about that. Back when I was like 16, 17, loved Deadmau5, and still do, to be fair. Ghosts and stuff. Probably still my favorite ever song. Anyway, me and my buddy at school, we were obsessed with Deadmau5, and we always wanted a Deadmau5 head. So we started like trying to buy one, but they were like $300. They probably still are, but we couldn't afford that, right? We were like 16. So we were like, why don't we make one? Why don't we make a Deadmau5 head? Now, you could just make one fairly cheap and bodge it together, like paper mache or whatever you call it. But my buddy, as a 16-year-old, actually worked in a, not really a factory, a workshop, I guess, that made fiberglass stuff. So people would pay them and be like, hey, we need a fiberglass model or this giant fiberglass sign or whatever it is. But he worked in that workshop. So we were like, we could literally make a fiberglass Deadmau5 head. And we tried, man. We really did. We the hardest part was, I remember specifically, we would come to school and we would like do research when we got home from school, and then when we got to school the next day, we would show each other what we'd done. Basically, we'd found a website on somebody who'd made one before, and they'd shared all of the dimensions and basically all the dimensions of the Deadmau5 head. And so we had that, and what the plan was to paper mache a beach ball or something similar that was the exact correct dimension, and then fiberglass that, and we would have this perfect fiberglass head. And we spent weeks trying to find a beach ball that was the exact correct dimension. Anyway, we did eventually find one. And yeah, we went to his workshop, paper mached it, fiberglassed it, was sanding it down. I think we made the ears. And I think at that point, we'd been doing it for like 10 hours, and all we had was the head and the 2 ears. And we were drinking the whole time as well. Like, we had like a case of beer. So we were just like pounding beers while we were doing it in this workshop at the weekend. So the workshop was like closed, but we were there after hours. And we were just too drunk to even continue. And we kept saying like, yeah, we gotta finish this Deadmau5 head. And we never did. So, I don't know. I assume he doesn't have it anymore, my buddy. But at some point, my buddy had a Deadmau5 head, which was just a big fiberglass ball and 2 ears. And that's all we got. That's as far as we got. Fun fact, I used to have nightmares about lava lamps. I'm really hoping that the resurgence of lava lamps in my mind doesn't bring them back. I don't know if there's a joke in there somewhere, or if you were genuinely had nightmares about lava lamps, because that's bizarre. That is bizarre. Google says 5 foot. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I would like a 5-foot lava lamp. You own 3 lava lamps, Ben. That's pretty sick. I think I've only ever had 1 in my life, like when I was a kid. I also had one of those, like, you know those, like, glass balls that have, like, electricity? And then you put your hand on it and the electricity, like, goes to your hand. Had one of those, and then I broke it. There's no joke in there. That was genuine. What were the nightmares about? I have some pretty unreasonable fears, or had some unreasonable fears when I was a kid. So I'm not trying to, like, shit on you out here, but, lava lamps, duh. Largest lava lamp is in Washington Soap Lake, 60 foot tall, and it's a 3-hour drive from you. Okay, your goal, Brad, is to drive there, take a picture of it, and send a selfie of you outside it in Discord. That's your homework. What are we doing right now? We're just mining, right? We're just chill mining. Look at this guy, Bob. Bob 32. What a guy. What a homie. Yeah, we're just going to do some chill mining. I don't want to... This is kind of what happened last night, where I was doing the nature rune stuff, and then I kind of finished getting all the nature runes, and I was like, well, do I just go to Puro then and just make a start on some of this stuff? But I was like, well, I definitely don't want to do that because we haven't decided yet. And I feel like the second I take one step inside Puro, we're kind of like committing to it. We're committed at that point, you know? It had something to do with the way the lava moved. Like, I think my brain was seeing it in relation to the earth. The lava rising up in the lamp was like earth bubbling away and everyone dying. I was like 6 or 7. God damn. Maybe there's something about being that age, because when I was about that age, I had some like really bizarre nightmares as well. Like, I think my parents probably thought I was gonna grow up to be like a future psychopath or something, because I had some like very weird dreams. Hey, I recognize that username. Fears are wild. I'm terrified of geese. My friend is scared of skateboards. So we got together and got matching skateboard and geese tattoos. No shot. That's awesome. That's really cool. At least those two fears combined turn into a cool tattoo, right? It doesn't really work if you're scared of, like, I don't know. Can't think of anything. But, you know, at least that turns into a cool tattoo. A lava lamp tattoo would be quite cool as well. You are a... Huh? Oh, it's... Sorry, Gabriel. Sorry, Gabriel. I assume that means psychopath. I assume that's what you were going for there. I shouldn't have laughed that hard at that. I understand that, you know, languages and stuff, but that made me laugh. Just know that I got a chuckle out of that. But no, you're right. I am a OneChunker, so I am in fact a psychopath. It's true. Hypnotoad's eyes look like lava lamps? Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need a Hypnotoad. My fear is waking up thinking it's a weekend, but really I have to go to work. Yeah, that's true. Spiders, for me, big arachnophobe, which sucks. I really wish I wasn't, but I mean, I guess that's the same with anyone that has any kind of fear, right? But big arachnophobe. That's about it. I had some unreasonable ones when I was a kid. I used to be terrified of balloons. When I was a kid, terrified of balloons. Scared of being confined in small spaces. Yeah, at least that's like reasonable, right? Like that's, you know, that makes sense. I can see the psychological aspect of that. It's the spider one that annoys me the most, because I'm like, why? Like, if there's like a beetle or like a fly or a whatever, that doesn't bother me. But spiders specifically, I don't know, man. Weird. Got my master's degree with spiders. Oh, I think I remember you telling me that, Onyx, like a while ago. I feel like I remember you telling me that. What is that, like, cool badge you've got? All access past 2018. That's pretty cool. I don't want to lose your love tonight. I had one... Oops, hang on, sorry. For high school that show my refurbished high school, but I was trapped at my babysitter's house. It was weird. Yeah, but anything being trapped is not fun. Nightmares are, I don't know, man. Nightmares are weird. I have a plane crash dream about twice a week. Genuinely. About 2 times a week. I have and not just like a vague nightmare or whatever, like a hyper vivid, almost lucid dream where I'm in a plane crash, and I have that about twice a week. It's a bit nuts. It's usually if let's say something woke me up, like the dog woke me up at 5 in the morning or something, and then I go back to sleep for a couple hours, that's when I'll have like the most intense nightmare. Or if I'm having a nap. I think any time where I'm not in like a full deep sleep, I'll have the most insane nightmare, and it's almost always a plane crash dream. And I don't even fly that often, or like have anything to do with planes, or watch like air crash investigation or whatever. Like, there really is no correlation between my life and plane crashes, but I have a plane crash dream regularly, and it's always the same. Like, not exactly the same. They do vary, but the concept is always the same. Where, sorry, a bit of a harrowing topic, I guess, but it's always the same where something will go wrong on the plane, and that's obvious, and then we start to go down, and that's obvious, and then for about 10 to 20 seconds, I'm like, I've come to terms with the reality that I'm going to die. Like, I've accepted it. And in my mind, all I want in that moment is it to be instant. I want 0 chance of survival. I want instant death. That's what I'm looking for from this scenario. Not because I want to die. I'm not insane. But I just don't want it to hurt, I think, more than anything. Or I don't want to be, like, mutilated in some way. So I'm looking for instant death here. That's the best outcome I can hope for here. And I literally will just kind of, like, sit there and think about it. And then I accept that it's about to happen. I'll have a quick look out the window just to see, like, right at the point where we're about to hit the ground. Even though that's not realistic. You probably wouldn't really be able to see it. But in my dream, that's the case. I'm looking out the window and, like, just as we're about to hit, I'll just, like, shut my eyes and brace, and then I wake up. And that happens about twice a week. That happens about twice a week. Do you ever sing Free Falling by Tom Petty during the plane nightmares? No, but I'll try and integrate that next time. Posted a pic of the tattoo in Discord. Bet I will have a look at that. Normally when I'm stressed, my girlfriend can always tell when it's happening because I'm jolting about. Yeah, for sure. I have been known to, like, scream or, like, moan quite loudly in my dreams before. Like, when something, and then, like, I'll get woken up and I can tell them exactly the nightmare I was having and the exact point in which I think I would have been screaming. Kind of weird. I knew as soon as it said the word moaning, I was like, I shouldn't have done that. Whoops. All right, we need about, well, 10,200-ish. Just over 10,000 more iron ore to go. Just over 10,000. It's a lot. And then it's cooking and crafting. And we need, I don't know, I need to have a think about those ones. I need to have a think. There's not really a clean way with the new block system of blocking crafting. Not really a clean way of doing it. I can make it easier, but blocking it entirely is a bit more tricky. Cooking is also very difficult to block with my new sort of my new rules. That's nothing. Theoretically, it's nothing. I still think it'll take about 40 hours, 35 to 40 hours. That's what I'm guessing. Did you just get 2 randoms, like, back to back? Didn't you just get a bob, like, 5 minutes ago? Not even. Kind of nuts. Maybe I'm tripping, though. You don't have something soft and floppy, and now you're moaning. I need an adult. Go in lurk mode. Gotta get some stuff cleaned up before the wife gets off work. No worries, dude. Enjoy the cleaning. Lurk away. Oh, that was the end of the Bob random. I thought it was yeah, okay. I forgot about that. That makes a lot more sense. Man, it feels so weird doing, like, a earlier stream today. I like it, though. I like it. This is good. I think we covered a lot of good things today. Oh, sorry, Sophie. Hello. How are you doing? Man, I need a way of, like, integrating all 3 chats together. I did find a way to integrate Twitch and YouTube, which is great. But the software I'm using doesn't support kick, unfortunately, so I can't get kick in the same chat. So it just sits at the bottom of my screen and I never see it. Sorry, kick people. When you want to hard lock in on grinding, I'd recommend casting Superheat between mines. No, that is true. That is very true. I could like Superheat on the run back and just absolutely lock in. You're absolutely right. What I could do in a, is it more efficient? It probably is. What I could theoretically do, right, is go and get all of the nature runes that I need now. I mean, I say now. It's about 70 hours of getting nature runes. So, but do that first. Then come to the mine with the nature runes, with the Staff of Fire equipped, with a pickaxe, and with a hammer. Mine 25 iron, superheat them on the way back this way, smith them at the anvil, high whatever it is on the way back to the mines, and repeat. I don't want a high alk though, because I'm going to do knives, so I wouldn't even need to bank in that scenario because the knives would stack. So I could literally just be ultra efficient. Just mine, superheat, 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 smith, run back, right? I could do that. Could do that. Maybe I should do that. The only reason I'm not doing that right now, well, A, is because I didn't think about it, but B is because gathering nature runes is the most sleeper content imaginable, and I would love to just try and do that off stream. And anytime I am streaming, we do something slightly less sleeper. I mean, mining is still not fun, but at least I'm like I'm doing something fairly often. The nature rune thing, you have to click on the chest like what's the math on it? It's about 24 ticks. So that's 5 by 24. About every 15 seconds, I can click on the nature rune chest. And that's it. Just click, wait 15 seconds, click, wait 15 seconds, and do that 17,000 times. That's how that works. What's the new chunk? We're working on the castle chunk, Ardy Castle. Good to see you, Radfa. Hope you're doing well. Do you have a foot pedal? I do not have a foot pedal. I do not have a foot pedal. What I have been doing while I've been kind of just chilling and AFKing, I'll put RuneLight over on my second monitor. I'll play some other video game on my primary monitor, and I'll have like a TV show or a YouTube video or a stream on my third monitor, and I have visual ticks on. And this is super scuffed and ugly, but this counts 24 ticks, which just helps. Like, it doesn't really change anything, but what it does do is like I can glance at it. Like, let's say I'm watching the TV show, I'm watching, and then I glance over and I'm like, oh, it's only at 12. I got a couple seconds left. And then I can see, oh, it's almost done. Click. You know what I mean? It just, like, rather than me having to, like, be on the ball all the time, just at a glance, I can see when it's almost ready to click. That's what I've been doing. Not an easy grind. I think it's just a weird one because, like, with the original method or the at face value method of mine, bank, smelt, bank, smith, that's very obvious, and every step that you are performing feels like you're progressing smithing, right? So like, I'm mining the ores, that needs to be done. I'm smelting the ores, that needs to be done. I'm smithing the ores, the bars, that needs to be done. When I'm gathering nature runes, it feels like such a, like, I'm not doing anything related to smithing right now. You know, I need smithing XP, and this is not smithing XP. Even though, yes, it's valuable, and it's, you know, that's why I'm doing it. It is faster in the long run to do. Running the ores back and forward all the way up to Ardy is very slow. But yes. Why not just set the idle indicator? I don't think it does anything. I don't think it does anything with the chest. I don't think it works with it. I don't think it works with it. I don't think the idle indicator works with thieving in general, because like you're constantly clicking, right? Like, your character's not busy. I can do it. I'll do it for, like, we're going to wrap up, not, like, soon, but, like, well, I guess soon. But I mean, like, not in the next 3 minutes. But I'll do a little bit of nature chesty shenanigans so I can kind of show you. And, like, we just kind of discussed, having the nature runes first probably would be more efficient. So what do I need? Absolutely nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. I'll take the 26 nature runes that I have. So it feels like we've got a little bit of a head start. So there you go. There you go. Set it to 15 seconds. Where is it? Idle. Where are you, man? Idle notifier. Idle animation notifications, interaction notifications, movement notifications, idle logout notifications, idle notification delay. Is that it? No. Hit point threshold, prayer threshold. What would I change? I don't know. Let me know. Do it as superheat, mine, superheat, less downtime. Superheat, mine, superheat. Right. Instead of smithing? Is that what you're saying, Bong? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Let me know. Let me know what you mean. We're all good over here. Beautiful. Where am I going? I'll come over in a second and show you how. Let me just finish this task. I'm going to be in this house, so I probably won't see you. Probably won't see you. Alright. I hate that you gotta pick a lock just to get in here, man. And it always destroys me as well. Sometimes I get lucky, but... Oh, I got it, like, without taking damage. Sometimes I take, like, 30 HP just from trying to get in here. This is also a Mahogany Homes house. Also, I love that it's got the blue wizard hat, like, how iconic. This is a Mahogany Homes house, and there are so many people that come in here, and they're like, what are you doing? Oh, I still have the pickaxe on. I didn't mean for that to be the case, but anyway. Yeah, so this is what I do. And, like, I can spam click all day, and nothing's going to happen. I've already swapped the left click, so I can spam click for as long as I want, but until it says search for traps, I can't, like, you can't interact with it. So you just have to wait. And as far as I know, in fact, I can test the idle thing now. Like, if I click, let me do it. If I click and then click out of Rune Light, will I get a notification? No. Yeah, it doesn't notify me, unfortunately, unless I can change, like, something else in the settings. There's probably something. Oh, what about the metronome one? Metronome. What if I set the metronome to 24 ticks? That could work. Is that an awful idea? I didn't even hear it, though. I literally didn't even hear it. Waiting. Oh, I heard that. You would have to, like, keep resyncing it, though. Like, if I didn't click in time one time, I would have to keep resyncing that. But that does work. Oh, it's way too early. Is it not 24 ticks? I swear it is. Oh, wait. Right. That doesn't matter. Okay, well, the metronome does work. But I don't love it. I'm going to get rid of that. I will turn on the visual ticks again, though. I know it's ugly, but you'll be fine. You'll survive. Don't worry about it. You'll survive. Plug in for thieving, maybe? Maybe. I'm not sure. So far, visual ticks is the best thing I've found, because I don't have to, like... I know when it's about to happen. You know what I mean? So, like, if I'm AFKing, I can glance over and be like, there's still a few more seconds. I'm fine. I don't have to be, like, watching it like a hawk. You know what I mean? So this has been the best thing I've found so far. Could be idle animations. Yeah, it wasn't doing anything. Maybe it just doesn't work for this chest. I don't know. It's alright, though. It doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. I mean, realistically, I'm not trying to hyper efficient do this. At the end of the day, it's like a 75-hour grind of just trying to get nature runes. If it takes me 80 hours because I was kind of relaxed about it, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I'm not trying to be tick perfect on the nature rune chest here, you know what I mean? We'll be all right. There's a nature rune chest plugin. Man, these plugin makers are insane, dude. Nature rune chest. Add a plugin that adds a timer and readiness indicator for the nature rune chests. That's ridiculous. I mean, who's making this? There's no way. Well, okay. Bong, thank you. Bong, thank you. Where's visual ticks gone? Get out of here, visual ticks. We don't want you anymore. You've been replaced. Visual. You've been replaced. All right, see how this looks. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that. I like that. Yeah, I was going to say it's a bit intrusive, but it's actually not that bad. I could also change the colors to make it somewhat less intrusive, but that works. Jesus Christ, Blue, go to the plugin hub and type nature rune. Sounded aggressive, it wasn't. I don't know, man. I think it might have been. I didn't expect there to be a plugin for that, I'll be honest. Obviously, otherwise I would have had it by now. But yeah, that's kind of wild. But this is my life for the next 75, 80 hours. So, yeah. You can send a notification too. I don't think I'll need it because I'm constantly just like glancing over. And like I say, I'm not like trying to be tick perfect here. It's a long grind and it sucks. So may as well just kind of do it casually, except the fact that I'm going to waste a little bit of time by not being tick perfect, but keep my sanity at the same time. You know what I mean? I think that works out. I think that works out. Panama. You can also set idle notifier to 1500 milliseconds and it'll work for chess. I was wondering about the idle notifier, yeah, for like that like delay thing that it was talking about, but I think this will be okay. It's always in my eyesight, and that green circle is so bright that I think like if I'm looking over here, for example, like at a TV show. Oh yeah, I can see very clearly out the corner of my eye that turned green. I don't know. I think that'll be fine. That'll do. That'll do. Did we decide on the skips? I took the babies outside, so I missed everything. No, you're all good. You're all good. Kind of not. Basically, we got a lot of... I was going to say knowledge, but like, that's not really the right word. A lot of really good suggestions, a lot of good ideas. I've wrote down all of the ones that I think are the most valid or most likely to be used. And what I'm going to do tonight, and probably a bit of tomorrow as well, is write out an entire Google Doc of everything, basically a rule set that I think makes the most sense. I'm then going to throw that into Discord for you guys to have a look at. Whoever, you know, you don't have to, but if you do have the time, check it out, read it. If you've got any amendments or suggestions, let me know. I can't say that, you know, if I disagree with it, I'm not going to do it, obviously, but it's nice to get your guys' opinions. And then once, as a sort of unit, we've all had a look at it, made any amendments that we think need amending, and sort of come up to some general agreement on that Google Doc, then I'll turn that into a script, which I will implement in the next video. And that Google Doc will be command in the chat, it'll be in the description of videos, it'll be whatever, right? That's the plan. That's the plan. All I can say is death to Puro Puro. Well, I'm glad you're on board with that. Glad you're on board with that. So I think generally it was a success. I think generally it was a success. I knew that we weren't going to like leave this stream with like a definitive answer. That kind of wasn't the point. I wanted your opinions, you know? I wanted your opinions. Sounds like we're making the Declaration of Independence. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Listen, when you're going to make rules for a series that people are invested in, it better be, you know, watertight. You know what I mean? Watertight. I'm gonna pull up over here. 1 second. Sorry. I always accidentally open my own stream and then I hear it and I don't like it. All right, we're good. We're chilling. We do be chilling, in fact. Do be chilling. But yeah, this is life now. This is life. Click chest every 15 seconds. Do that 17,000 times. What's the math on that? If I was hyper efficient. It's a little less than 15 seconds, but that's what I'll go with. About 16,000. I think it's about 16,200. It could be a touch more than that. Multiply by 15 seconds, divided by 60, divided by 60. Yeah, about 68 hours if I was like pretty on it. What's a grats in clan chat? I couldn't tell you, mate. I'm just a plebby little friendly non-member of the clan, so I can't tell you. Sometimes if it's a big grats like that, they'll tell you. Nobody is though. I could do the awkward smiley face move and just say grats anyway, even though I clearly don't know what it is. And I will get roasted for that. Counted 15 several times from click to click. Yeah, it is pretty much about that. It is pretty much about 15 seconds. Yeah. Do it. I'm too awkward, man. I know. I don't know. I can't. Look, you got Agile Tom here. He'll think I'm a loser. I don't want Agile Tom to think I'm a loser. Who else is on right now? I like to scope it out, you know? Phrase online, doing whatever it is he's doing. Oh, Josh isn't on. Josh has been on quite a lot lately. Yeah, I'm sure you recognize some of the names. It is kind of weird to be in, like, a clan with all these people. I don't know, it's weird. It's really cool, though. I really like it. Blue talking more into the CCs than his own. And no, that's the... I'm not in a rush to be given membership for this clan, because it's fine. Like, okay, I can't see the broadcasts. They can't see my broadcasts. That's fine. I don't really mind about that. The biggest incentive for me to become a member is so that I can guest in my clan. Because right now I'm just not around. I'm not in it. Which is sad. I want to be there. But we'll yeah, we'll be in there soon enough. We'll be in there soon enough. All right, time we up. Quarter stakes. I am going to leave that one there, guys. Good news or bad news, depends who you are. I'm going to be streaming AI Cape very soon, probably Friday. We are going to do a raid, so Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to raid. I'm going to be a good friendly streamer and do my bit. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Supposed to raid. YouTube, if you're watching in YouTube, I remembered. If you're watching in YouTube and you want to come over to Twitch just for the raid, don't feel like you have to stick around. Most people don't, right? But hey, it would be cool, right? If you're on YouTube, watching on YouTube, and you have a Twitch account, maybe swing by Twitch for just a couple of minutes while we do this raid. We're going to raid. I already know. We're going to raid Yariosho. Here he is. If I click it, that should work, right? We're gonna raid Yariosho. Genuine, honestly, just great human. I've been spending so much time over here in this stream lately. He has some of the most chill vibes. He's on a hell of a grind. I feel really sorry for the guy. It's really brutal. He's currently working on the Calphite Queen. He is like massively dry on the Dragon Pig. Anyway, guys, thank you for being here. Love you all. Take care. And we will see you very soon. I'll see you on Friday. All the best to you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Dang it! Why couldn't that be the pick?
What I saw.